Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, August the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me. And Rajiv in our YouTube room. Thank you, guys, so you can hear me and see my screen. Well, so we did get some numbers that came out at 8:30, and man, it just absolutely tanked the market again. 8:30 numbers, I don't know what they were called exactly. The employment situation number. Okay, so that was at 8:30, and that tanked the market again. So maybe we'll have a little bounce today. I mean, the astonishing thing for me yesterday wasn't so much that the market was down. I mean, the markets can go down. It's just that it had almost zero bounce all day long from 10 o'clock. And that I can't remember seeing a day quite like that. Anyway, let's see what happens today. So Intel, my goodness, Intel all-time low. Intel all-time low. INTC earnings play. Yeah, and it's an all-time low. Wow. So that is INTC. Apple tried to save the market a little bit yesterday after hours, but what are we now? Yeah, markets. It is down now also. Tried to save the market a little bit after hours, released earnings. Look pretty good, but now succumbing also to the overall market malaise. Amazon, another earnings play. And importantly, I guess, look at that 200-day moving average. It is now below the 200-day moving average. And that is for Amazon. I'm going to look at I haven't done this for a while. I'm going to look at the major sectors when I get that list up and take a look where they are now with relation to their 200-day moving averages. I'm sure that most of them are still up, but not as much, obviously. So let's take a look at some of these little guys that are moving. BURU. And by the way, there's just so many stocks. I mean, on the gap downs, there's just so many stocks. No point in going over them all. Okay, just amazing. As opposed to the stocks that have the gap ups this morning. That's it, small list. And nothing since 8:54. Anyway, BURU. Now, I don't quite understand this. They may have done a 1-for-40 reverse split. I'm not sure when. But it says here, the common stock will commence trading on New York under the symbol BURU. So I'm not sure what it was before. I thought I've seen this one before. Anyway, that's BURU. Low float, 298,000 or so in the float. VSEE, another one that is another cheap one, 4.6 million, up 171%. After the company announced an agreement with Ava Robotics to develop telepresence solutions, etc. So they did have some news this morning for VSEE. Pcor, kind of picking off some of these earnings plays. I mean, now the other thing about Intel, I sort of joke, say I don't like to trade Apple, Intel, or the large caps because they don't move very much. Intel has 4.25 billion shares in the float. It's down 24%. That to me is the amazing thing. 24% with that float. And Pcor, not quite the same float, but still a big float, 135 million, and it's down 21%. Another earnings play. T-Bio was on the move. Is it still on the move? Yeah, pulled back quite a bit. I mean, that's a big pullback. 680 down to 530. That is a big pullback. Still 27%. See if there's any news on this one that I can find. I cannot find any news for T-Bio. A KAN is hanging in there. I don't see any news for it. Snap. Where's Snap? Snap's another earnings play. No surprise, gapping down on earnings. This MKDW. This is starting to trade as MKDW today. So my guess is this was a SPAC. Sorry, it started trading yesterday. Excuse me, it started trading yesterday. But didn't Apple pop just a little bit on earnings after hours? I thought it did. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, this is what I see. This is after hours yesterday. Yeah, I hear about 223, 223.90. It'll pop. Tried to hold it. I mean, it was still up after hours. It was up a little bit this morning, but succumbed to the overall market now. Now, Bitcoin is actually moving, guys. Bitcoin is actually moving higher. IBIT. And DraftKings, another one. I'm just sort of picking off the ones that people are aware of, heard of. DraftKings, another earnings play. And I read some article that they're getting rid of NFTs or something like that. So I think XCur, isn't this under a dollar? Yeah, so this is under a dollar. XCUR. Ah, okay. This is now not very much volume though, but this is a way in which you can. Well, if Amazon went up, if it went up, you could buy this one, but there's no volume. This is an ETF designed for Amazon, 2 times long. So if you thought Amazon was going to have a bounce, all right, guys, I think what I'll do now is I will look at the major sectors because I want to take a look at the 200-day moving averages for those major sectors. So I'm going to click on get the sector status up. All right, so what you're seeing here, interesting, utilities, again, the flight to safety, so-called safety, dividend-bearing stocks, utilities, XLU, still performing well. But what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 81% in red. What does that mean? 81% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. We have some pretty big movers too. I don't think this is an earnings play. SLB, I don't think it's an earnings play. See if there's any sort of an outlier. Well, MPWR guys. I mean, technology sector is down. This is up 5%. Not very much volume, but it is an earnings play. Okay, MPWR. This is an earnings play. It's a very expensive stock, but some of you may look at this one and think, well, okay, it is definitely going counter to the sector trend for technology. But what I really want to do is I really want to start taking a look at the 200-day moving averages and see how close we're getting now. So let's take a look at energy, XLE. So there, I mean, there it is. At least we can see it a lot. If I looked at this, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, we would not have been able to even see this blue line. So that's the 200-day moving average. And as you can see, starting to move into it. Let's take a look at retail, XRT. So retail still 71.58. So still above it. They're all going to be above it, but starting to slide in. But you can't see the blue line. I'd have to expand this chart. Let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. You can just see a little glimpse of it right down there. Okay, a little glimpse of that blue line. I mean, they're all going to be above, but we're going to start getting into a rising ETF. Consumer staples still above it, can't see it, 73.97. So it is way down there. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Can't see it, 117. So it's way down there. Again, I know I could expand this daily chart, but take a look at financials, XLF. XLF has been pretty solid still, even though we had that big down day yesterday. Again, where's that 200-day? 39. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Aha. So here's one. So getting closer to the 200-day moving average, that rising 200-day moving average. So at least we've got two now that you can actually see, XLE and XLY. But here's utilities, guys. Look at utilities racing away, even yesterday. Racing away from the 200-day moving average. And again, this is the so-called flight to safety. A lot of these stocks are dividend-bearing stocks. And so when the market starts to do what it's maybe doing, people tend to look at utility stocks as more of a safe haven, I guess. And materials, XLB. Again, you can just sort of see the 200-day moving average, a rising 200-day moving average. It's still well above it, but at least we're getting a glimpse of it. Now, communications, which is, of course, this should still be well above it. 77, 77. So it's still well above it. Interesting day. Yeah, I mean, it was bad, but not terrible. And then look out for technology, XLK. Yeah, still can't see it. 201, getting closer. 205. I mean, we're getting closer to that 200 moving average. Thank you, Bill. So it was actually the reverse split was today, the 1 for 40 for Buru. So anyway, guys, that's the tail of the tape. Now the market's putting in a mini rally here. Okay, we got down to what, 533, so 535. I mean, a mini rally. All right, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. The only thing I can say is that this my gap down here that I have. I mean, it's text to voice, so you know, it's a female voice in this one. She kept, well, there's another one, Cora's, but It was over and over and over and over and over and over again. You can see right at 9 o'clock, all these. Well, actually, it was right at 8:30. Right after 8:30, look at all these. It just kept making new low after new low after new low. Versus the ones making new highs. I know I wanted to ask one of you guys. If I wanted to short the SPY, but I don't want to short SPY, what could I buy that's relatively cheap? Just for future reference. So I don't want to short $500 stock, if you will. What could I buy that's relatively cheap? That would but is it cheap? Cheaper? Well, it's got to be cheaper, probably, right? SPX. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. There you go. No, I'm not. I don't want to do options. So you could have bought this all day long yesterday, I guess, and rode it. And if you're wondering why would I know this? I don't trade ETFs at all. But now I don't know if we'll get a day like. I mean, yesterday's day again. I think was, call it unique, whatever you want to call it. The fact that it did this. I mean, there was the 10 o'clock numbers that came out. Okay, right there is the 15-minute chart. So the 10 o'clock numbers came out. Remember now, the market at the beginning of the day was very, very good. Well, in the pre-market, Meta had come up with their numbers. Remember the day before, the market ripped higher. Meta came up with their numbers. So pre-market yesterday, everything looked really rosy. Then these numbers came out at 10 o'clock. So what I'm saying is that, we had really no bounce at all, maybe a minor one there, well, right at the end of the day, but no bounce. That's a 15-minute chart. I think it even looks more dramatic on a 5-minute chart. Well, the bottom line is that market's basically sank all day long without any sort of a bounce from 10 o'clock when those numbers came out. Okay, thank you guys for those ETFs that I could trade if I want to. Now, the reason why, looking at the go no go chart from yesterday, it was we had a huge sell signal at 10 o'clock on the SPY. I think I did my video yesterday on the SPY, and yeah, I mean it was just amazing. But again, I haven't seen a day like that in a long time. Not the fact again that the market was down so much, just the fact that it kept moving down, 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 down without any sort of a respite. Anyway, what is today going to bring? I mean, we're having a little recovery now. Definitely a bounce off the bottoms so far, 533. The chips are rising. Okay, socks. Well, aren't you? You're long this one, right, William? Right, as a swing trade, right? All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. So, well, one stock that is not rising is, I don't think anyway, I keep hearing INTC. And if I hear it, that means it's making a new low. Snap is making a new low. These are, of course, a couple of earnings plays, but Intel, I'm still, I just can't believe that this is an all-time low for Intel. I mean, I don't really track Intel that much, but okay, guys. So 921 Dragonfly Dreamer in our YouTube. Which room do you like better, your trading room or YouTube? Well, probably. I mean, if you're looking for a lot more action, if you're looking for a lot more action, I mean, the main room. You know, YouTube's fine if you just want to really hear me and see my screen, but you're not looking for a lot of interaction with other traders. But if you're looking for a lot more action with other traders, interacting with other traders, you should come into the main room. It's not a matter of what I like better. I mean, I'm moderating both, but so if you want to get into anybody in YouTube looking for a more active trading room, you can come into the what I call the main room and just click on my homepage link. I just put the link in there. Okay, and at the top here, trading room, you can click on that, and then you'll get into the what I call the main room. Maybe that's a good. I like the one that more new people sign up using trade ideas using my links. How's that? And that's probably in the main room. YouTube also has a slight delay, about 8 seconds. Not we don't do it. It's a YouTube deal. All right, guys. So the market is rallying a little bit, just a little bit. I'm going to put a price alert up here. See if it takes out. See if it can take that out. All right, guys. I'm going to get the layout. I'm going to get the layout that I'll use once this market gets going. We're at 9:30. So give me a moment. Oh, no idea, David. It certainly, I mean, when you say most, I mean, certainly wouldn't, I would not be the most. I'd be up there, but I mean, not the most. I really don't know. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I just have to rearrange a couple of things on my other monitor. Okay, we're set to go now. Okay, Jason, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. How do I change it so I see the stocks in green and red? I'm not sure I understand. Like, what do you mean by that exactly? Are you talking stock like green? Are you talking about stocks that are up for the day? Red, stocks that are down for the day? Is that what you mean? Okay, guys. So I do not like to trade in the first 15. I think today will be a almost stick to that rule. Just like to see things settle down a little bit anyway. And if you have our AI, this is what I would do. I would only have this window up and running. Make it easy on yourself, okay? And to see that, let me just move this down a bit. So to see this strategy trades all, if you click on new from the toolbar, we have three that start off with premium AI. This is what I would do. Pick the middle one, the premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. I would also make sure in the filter section it says none. All you have to do is hit that down arrow and uncheck anything. So it says none. That's what I would do. And no alerts until, sorry, no alerts until at least 9:40, okay? And that's by design. Okay, you're talking about when I had. Okay, so that's pretty simple. All you have to do is go to my homepage, Jason. You're a subscriber, I'm assuming. So if you go to my homepage, just give me a moment. I've got one thing to do on my other monitor. Ah, that's what happened. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and then scroll down until you see the scan section right here. Click here, and here they are. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Now, if you load them and you're only getting a top list that looks, say, like this. But okay, first of all, these are the two that you saw. The pre-market actors up and down. Okay. Now, if it just looks like this, like a list of stocks, okay, a list of stocks, then all you have to do is right click and show tree map. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're going to see. I can't remember how I saved it. Okay. So if you load those two, now I don't have them up and running now. I just use it in the pre-market just to show the actives up and down. All right, thank you, William. So we have about 45 seconds until the market opens. Well, let's have a try to have a great end of this trading week. Let's see what happens, guys, today. See if we can have any sort of a little bounce. Again, we've had a minor bounce so far from 533 to up to 536. All right, guys, we are now open. All right, look at Uber, guys. Uber is not an earnings play. No, it has earnings on the 6th, but Uber is getting hit here with, a lot of other stocks, of course, but this is a pretty big bar that just hit. And Buru is our first halt of the day, and it's halted on the way down. BURU halted on the way down. HIMS is an earnings play. HIMS is an earnings play. It is moving down also. HIMS earnings play. Next low on the weekly chart looks like it's almost right there. 1724. 1724 is the next low on the weekly chart for HIMS. Intel making another new low, guys. INTC making another new low, all-time low. Just think about that. All-time low for Intel, INTC. Now, okay, we're only probably going back to 2011. I don't know what our monthly chart would look like. Maybe there's a low earlier than that, but for all intents and purposes, this is an all-time low for Intel, INTC. Okay, so as Grumpy is now pointing out, I don't know how far back we go. We go back to about 2011 or well, whatever it is, it's really low. Okay. So it's maybe not an all-time low technically, but my goodness. In recent memory, an all-time low for Intel, INTC. And trying to crack 21 now. Well, on the way up though, wow. Okay, it's on the way up. T-Bio on the way up in market hours. T-Bio did get up to 676 in the pre-market. GDYN, somebody was talking about that one. GDYN, amen, amen, amen. GDYN, yeah, look at this. Not an earnings play. It is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. GDYN is an earnings play, obviously running counter to the market. The one that was halted, NCPL, halted on the way down. Palantir, I believe, is an earnings play also. No, it is not. August the 5th, but PLTR moving down with the market. PLTR moving down with the market. Dr. MA was a big one yesterday. And yeah, I mean, look at this pop here for Dr. MA. A lot of volume coming in. ERMA. Low float, about 1 million in the float. And the high yesterday, it's approaching it. It's approaching it. 320 was the high yesterday. So a little bit above the high yesterday now for Dr. MA. What do I think about T-Bio? Well, it's hard to know. I mean, look, it hit a high of 675 in the pre-market, and then it dropped all the way down to 5. So that's a big drop. I don't know any news. I can't see any news on it. I don't know what the news is. I don't know what popped it. Maybe the news was 2 days ago. I don't know what that news was. Maybe if it takes out 6 again, it might get going. Low float, very, very, very low float, under a million. All right, this is an earnings play, guys. So there are some electric power distribution. So this is my guess. It's probably in with XLU. So XLU, of course, XLU utilities. I'm assuming this is sort of a utility stock. It says Kentucky Utility, so here we go. I mean, utilities, guys. XLU is a strong, strong sector. Still, look at that. XLU, a strong sector. Why? Call it a flight to safety, dividends. The market's doing what it's doing. People get nervous, maybe go to dividend bearing stocks that can be very boring. But in these times, people are going to them, I guess. Yeah, I do see OSTX. I did see this here. OSTX. Another. We don't have float information. Thank you, draw 1.6 million in the float. OSTX. IVP halted. Now that looks like it's halted on the way down. Yeah, halted on the way down based on that price because last time I saw it was near 10. So IVP halted on the way down. Another one that's moving here, guys. BJDX is moving under a dollar. So for those of you who don't mind those, the high looking left is 89 cents. So far, the 20 level was holding for Intel INTC so far. Yeah, it can, David. I've seen that. I know. I think I know what you're talking about. It doesn't have to be necessarily a smooth transition. I think I know what you're talking about. Saw that yesterday, quite frankly, a lot. Is Rocket RKT? Is that an earnings play? RKT, yeah, RKT is an earnings play. Rocket company. So just like that, this is like you're talking about, right? Went from orange. Actually, that's not right. That would have been the normal transition to this light green and then to blue. But it can. I did see that a few times yesterday. Look at Dr. MA, guys. Dr. MA. So above, of course, way above now yesterday's high. 272 was yesterday's high. Okay, a glimmer of hope now for the SPY. I'm just waiting to see if we get a color transition. Again, I'm talking go, no go charts here, guys. I'll go over these in a bit. And I've got to put a, okay, Buru got halted on the way, I guess on the way down, but it actually popped a bit. I've got to put a price alert for Intel at 20 and see if it takes that out later on. Yeah, so there's your answer, Michael. So TBIO just got halted on the way down. So what's happening now is that these stocks that were kind of more or less not affected by the overall market, they're being affected now too. These low float ones that again can kind of trade on their own. I'm not saying there's not going to be one that's trading on their own on its own, but right now the market is very jittery, obviously. Huh. Cinemark, interesting. It's had a pretty good run here. It's CNK Theater. It's an earnings play. CNK is an earnings play. Had a pretty good run actually. Let's take a look at AMC. I don't think AMC has moved. Yeah, AMC is just forgot about it, dead. So I guess this OSTX started trading yesterday. Is OSTX? Yeah, IPO. Okay, I don't recall seeing this one yesterday. Probably lost in with everything else. 1.6 million shares at $4. Okay, so it's not at the IPO price. It's close, but it's not there. I'll stick an alert, say around 440, and see if it gets above that IPO price. Well, Roku. Oh no, sorry. I was going to say Roku is having a bit of a bounce, but not anymore. Roku is an earnings play also. Yeah. So far, I'm not seeing anything with any sort of a decent trend, even on the downside. Okay, I'm looking for anything with a decent trend, upside or downside. But it is early, 9:44. So now, normally with this transition, you look at this transition on the go no go chart and the 5 minute chart, 24:59, and a transition to this blue. That would be a signal right around here to have gone long. But I have to admit, I'm a little bit shy about going long right now on anything, even though this one is definitely trading on its own, not carrying too much. I mean, the Dow's down 400, Nas is down 300. Okay, guys. Now this is the one that I'm sharing. Okay, but I created this one yesterday. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan, but this one it has to hit a new high or low before it triggers. Okay, this one it just has to be a 5 minute high or 5 minute low. I'll explain that a little bit later. And I delay this on purpose till 9:45. So there's the BHC. Okay, there's T Bio, another new low. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So is X an earnings play? X is an earnings play, guys. US Steel is an earnings play. This is a gap down and reverse. It's trying to reverse, gap down, and it's trying to reverse. But how much faith do you have in a reversal? That's the whole thing. Until the market, puts in any sort of it doesn't have to be ripping higher, but you just don't want to see continuous selling. Consequently, any sort of a gap down and reverse, for me anyway, will be a kind of a no-go today until the market stops moving down. Okay, Mira, MIR. I mean, Mira is good. I mean, it's having a nice again transition from that pea green to the blue at 254. Another one having a pretty good day too, guys. IMMX so far. But again, you look left, coming into what I consider a lot of resistance around that 230 mark. Rocket Mortgage kept going, guys. RKT kept going. So there was a transition, 1625. Again, how much do you trust these reversals when the market continues to move down? CC is an earnings play. Shamur is an earnings play. All right, now Intel is having a little bit of a reversal. Okay, a little bit of a reversal. Let's see if it can hold over 21 for a bit. Ah, just moved on me. I'm in anything I go long, especially if it's like an Intel or I'm in total scalp mode today, guys, until this market tells me any differently. Look at Intel. I tried to get it actually at 21.18, and it just popped on me. I'm kind of liking this, the revision. to the continuation or reversal scan, guys, because before for us to get an alert on DKNG, it would have to take out the high of the day. Now this is just making a new high. Oh, I wanted to go long Intel. No, for how long, I don't know. But I didn't get in. These would be really quick. You know, get 10, 15, 20 cents, do it a few times. Oh man, this one, look at SGH, guys, coming right into the 200-day moving average. SGH. So, I mean, if the market ever put in a true bounce, maybe this bounce is not the 200-day. Right now, CNK just made a 5-minute low. Interesting. Yeah, a weak dollar helps the market for sure. A weaker dollar helps the market for sure. I don't know what your dollar is doing. Yeah, our dollar is 72 cents now of yours. That's, that's been hanging around between 72 and 75 for a long time now. Our dollar, meaning our Canadian dollar. Excuse me. All right, guys. Now listen, the market's moving down again. My feeling on CNK is a potential short. I'm going to put an alert down here around 24.82. Okay, I want to put an alert down here and see if it takes that out later. I mean, it's still strong. It's an earnings play. It's up 8%. That's a big move. All right, another one. I'm waiting for one of these cheaper ones to halt on the way up. But so far, no go. ADGM just got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, there's CNK. Let's see if it has a move down now with the market. Carvana from yesterday. That was what a wild one yesterday. Yeah, wow. I think that's getting down to that pre-market low or yesterday's low. No, yesterday's low was here 138. That's right. So it's below yesterday's low. Carvana, CVNA. It was an earnings play yesterday. Had a huge rip. Now, guys, as I said, I'm in scalp mode until proven otherwise. Even on going short these things. I'm just waiting to see if CNK can get into the 60s. No, well, got into the set. Yes. All right. Guys, I'm really warming up to this 5 minute, not just because CNK worked, okay, but if you're especially, and if I am looking to kind of scalp things, try to make 10, 15, 20 cents. This little 5 minute lows and 5 minute highs on reversals. And this is not on my homepage, but I can certainly give you this. Well, now, guys, this has turned out to be a great trade for me. CNK, way better than I thought. Going to cover some right here. Right just above 50, 24.50. Yes, I can send it. Okay, I will now. I'm sure I saved it yesterday. There we go. 5 minute. Now, hmm. Oh no, it is a multi-strategy window. Okay, good. I'm sorry, talking to myself. Okay, guys. So this is this version. What I'm putting in is that link. Is this one right here, as opposed to this one? Okay, I will explain. Wow, look at CNK. Oh man, this has turned out. I mean, I took some off around the 24.50 mark, but this is turning out to exactly just because of the market, guys. I mean, these stocks that have moved higher on earnings, they're going to, in my opinion, anyway. The market does this; they are going to succumb. And it's not like this is some super strong stock. Normally, was there news also? What was the news on CNK? Was there news that hit also, other than the fact that it's an earnings play? Yeah, I shorted CNK. You got to listen. Sorry, I'm not. Not trying to yell at you, Troy. When I say things like this, guys, I have a real idea for me. Shorting CNK. I put a price alert up in this area. I thought if the market continued down like this, like it was, that CNK would more than likely do something very similar. But understand, I'm not going to say, okay, guys, everybody should short CNK right here and start taking profits right here. You have to have a trading plan of your own. All I can do is point out the opportunities that I see. Yeah, Bitcoin is the strong one today, isn't it? I mean, it's not doing badly. Well, I have a 5 minute chart up. I used to only have a 15. I have a 15-minute chart on my other monitor. It was not so much the time frame, Matt. It was more the break underneath the whole number. Okay, breaking underneath 25, and I saw it here. Okay, I did see it right here. I think William, you said Mobileye was moving down. Look at this. What a nice recovery, actually. It's moving counter to the market. There's an earnings play yesterday, MBLY. Let me get rid of this. And this, of course, has nothing to do with color changes. Okay, I mean, in theory, I was supposed to wait for a red, but or the deep purple. But I'm just sort of old style trading now for me, breaking down through a whole number, market moving lower. There is a cap. There is a tax. Well, not if you created your own, Pepe. Not if you created your own, Pepe, DAC. If you created your own account, there should not be a cap, but maybe there is. I mean, 10 million is kind of high, obviously. So there might be a cap, even if you create your own account. Yeah. So it's probably. I mean, I mean, I don't know. Nobody's ever asked for 10 million in their in their account. So there may be a cap, even if you do your own, create your own. I mean, because that's unrealistic, right? I mean, well, okay, let me create my own. Let me create an account. I'm an account there, buying power. So I put it. Okay, I'll create a new account, and let's just see. And okay, I mean, you put 10 million. See if it'll actually accept that. 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So far, it did not accept it. Well, there's the buying power. The buying power. If you have a column that says buying power, it'll show you the buying power. It's always going to be 4, right? Now, not this one, but any account you create, it'll be 4 times. But if you don't have the buying power, okay, so you have to add it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, columns. Okay, add buying power. Okay, and just click on buying power. Hit the left arrow, and then it'll appear. Okay. But obviously I cannot make an account with 10 million in the account. Wow, look at CNK. Okay, you get it? You're in your account section, and you just have there's your buying power. There's a column, columns, buying power. Okay, left click, and it'll show up. Okay. Just let me know, Dak. I want to move on. But just know that any account you create, you're going to have 4 times. Okay. But you know how to do it. Go to your accounts tab. Here are, you've obviously created and just right click in the body here, click on columns, and buying power is right up there. Buying power, left click it over, and then you'll see it as a column. Now it's possible it's over here, like you might have to stretch it out, and you can always, move them over like this. Okay. Wow. Ooh, wow. Look at that market now. Okay, guys, now there may be a glimmer of hope on this one. This is IPO price was $4, so it's a little bit above the $4. OSTX. OSTX. It's at the high of the day now. A pre-market high was way up here. Actually, I didn't see this. Way up here at 680. So it's at least above the IPO price. Okay. And draw, well, earlier, of course. Okay. So at least this one, I'm not in it, but at least this one, wow. At least this one is, low float, trying to moving on its own, not caring so far about what this market is doing. Yeah, I do see that Intel is underneath 20, but I'm sorry, under 21. But I'd be, for me personally, I'll wait for a 20 break if the market just keeps doing this. There's a big difference, looking at this gap reversals in 5 minutes versus the this one. A lot more action here, but all right, ring RNG. Let's take a look at this one now. It is positive for the day still. This is an earnings play. Okay, so it's still positive for the day. But if this market keeps doing this, if this market, it doesn't have to, keep cratering on the way down, but there's been no bounce at all. So RNG at 34.47. So I'm going to stick an alert around this area, 34.40, and see if it takes it out later. because of course it has room. The low yesterday was 32.84. Yeah, I mean, Dr. MA's done well too. You know, cheap one, Dr. MA's done very, very well. You know, and so has the OSTK. Oh, sorry, OSTX. It has done well too. I have to take a look at CNK now to see where it could keep going before it hits that next low. 23.48. Yeah, that was your opening candle. So around 23.50. So I mean, there it could keep going till it hits that level. Yeah, somebody. Thank you, Peter. I mean, somebody said CNK news. I didn't see any news other than CNK is an earnings play. I didn't see any other specific news to it. So, again, guys, these are little bounce plays, okay? TAL and CLAR making new 5-minute highs. But again, pretty tough, in my opinion, to try to play a bounce when the market's doing this. I would just rather try to play something that's moving, making a new 5-minute low when the market is doing this. All right, INTC, I think just made a new low. Okay, yeah, I think INTC just made a new low today for the day. All right, guys, RNG. Let's see if it's got any movement down now. It has room, of course, 32.75. Yesterday's low. Little transition now, little color transition. However, in theory, this is telling me not to take the trade. Okay. You got an orange is basically saying don't take the trade. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. Wow. Fast morning, 10:15 already. Fascinating. See if this holds here. Maybe. All right, guys. Well, I'll go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. Now, the promo of 25% off is gone. So hopefully hopefully you took advantage of it. If you did want to take out a subscription. Sure, the 5-minute scan, sure. Who asked for that? Trader TJ. So Okay, there it is. Okay, guys, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So again, this promo code is not good anymore. So it's Barry15. You'll get 15% off. Hopefully you took advantage of it. It was up there for quite a while, a couple of weeks, I think. So Barry 15 is now 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. If you do, that really helps the room. Room gets credit for the subscription, and that helps to keep the room free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, download and install, first startup and login. Down to introduction to scans, top lists windows, and alert windows. Okay. Two of the most important aspects of trade ideas. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is for you. It's a series of videos that you can take a look at. If you're new to trading, it's all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. It is free. Trade of the week is also free. Okay, trade of the week is also free, and you can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Here's that getting started again. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You notice I'm running one race here. This is how you can create your own race. I will go over this race. But there it is, TI Stock Racing. I love to put price alerts on charts. And if you want to create your own watch list, symbol list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. And again, this is a software program. There's a lot in the user guide. You do not have to learn everything. Okay. And scrolling down to the daily support sessions, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other traders takes over for me. And today's Friday. It should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Again, that'll be between 12 and 1 o'clock. And last, if you are looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section. Here are my scans. So that's the race that you can see right over here. Pulse resumes is over here. And this is the momentum scan is here. Now, I do not have the gap reversals 5-minute. Now, you can do it yourself, okay? And so if you load this gap continuation or reversal scan, I'll show you how you can do it, okay? But I am sharing a lot of other scans. I do not have them all up and running, and neither should you. That would be way, way too many, okay? But I do have other scans you can take a look at. All right, turning pink now, guys. RNG. No, I'm surprised. We're getting a lot of these in green. These are 5-minute, making new 5-minute highs, little bounces. I'm surprised with what the market's doing, but why do I have an alert set for Verona? Ooh, I see, Rye. Wow, there's a breakdown right there on the daily chart for Verona, VRNA. Okay, let me show you how you can turn this into the 5 minute. Okay, this is on my home page. Okay, let me. All you have to do is this. If you right click on it and click on configure all. Actually, that's not right. Unfortunately, you cannot do it. Yeah, so I'm going to have to give you this one. I might add it to my homepage. Can't do it today. What websites do I use to trade? I'm looking for a new one. Well, you are in a Trade Ideas trading room. So now, are you talking about a brokerage account or you, I mean, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So I'm using our scanners to find the ideas, if that's what you mean. And then I use Interactive Brokers to trade. It's my brokerage account. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. All right, guys. So let me, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. for me, Eastern time. I get live on the mic and sharing my screen. Now, I usually take off anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3, but William, not obligated to do so, but keeps the room open probably today on a Friday, maybe to 3:30, up to him. But a lot of times it'll be to 4 o'clock. I do take off, but William will keep the room open a little bit later. And so, what is Trade Ideas? Well, we are a real-time alert scanner. So let me show you what that means. So this is an example of a scanner. Okay, this is an alert window. A lot of screening programs are out there that kind of claim to be scanners. We don't claim, we are. And this is what I mean. If I right click and click on configure in this alert, in this scan that I created, this is what the scan is looking for. Stock price is between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3. That's a very powerful filter that we've got. That means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 10:24 Eastern time. This is why I call a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen for stocks, but now here's where the power of Trade Ideas comes in. We can real-time alert depending on what your trigger is. In this particular scan, the alert, the trigger is a new high for the day. Okay. So what time is it right now? 10:24. So the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was Dr. MA at 10:22. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. Real-time alerts. But that's the last time that happened. Now, in a market that is not, continuing to move down, this can be a very, very active scanner. A lot of stocks making new highs. Okay, but in a day like today and yesterday, we were not getting very many. So, if you like this scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. But as always, you can make changes to any scan that I've got. For instance, you may not like the price range. Maybe you want a different price range. I've got it between 1 and 100. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you have a filter that you love. Maybe you want to add it. Maybe you don't like one of the things I have here. And there's Dr. MA, guys. See? I'm sorry. It's another sound alert that I had. I thought it was in here, but it's not. So again, if you like it the way it is, you can have it. If you want to make changes, of course you can. And if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can do that too. So if I click on search this time, Right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we have. A new high of the day and a new low of the day, the two absolutely most popular real-time alerts that we have. But as you can see, if I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down till I see these filters, these icons, these are the filters that we have. So if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to learn them all. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they thought that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why, of course, I think it should be obvious. That's why they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all of these different filters. Okay. To satisfy, there's lots of different trading styles out there, thousands of customers we have, so they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of those filters. And that doesn't mean that the rest of these aren't good. It just means for me, that's all I need for my trading style. Your trading style may be very different. So that's why we have hopefully something for you. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Okay, now the market may be putting a little bounce here. Well, Dr. MA may have been. It's well, obviously. I mean, you've seen it up here at 380. Sure, it would have been a great short, Susan. But I don't have. I did not have shorts for that one at Interactive Brokers. So I saw that early on, so that's why I wasn't really considering it as a short ever. So NLP, are you a new trader? Because you have to have a brokerage account, and that's where I buy my stocks. I have a brokerage account. It's called Interactive Brokers. That's where I buy. That's where I do all my buying and selling. Okay. Well, again, I'm in Canada, so I mean, I'm restricted, but to the number of brokers that are available to me. But I've had Interactive Brokers now for probably almost 9 years, and very happy with them. But that's up to you. Interactive Brokers is a very established broker, but you can check it out. Just Interactive Brokers. You can go to their website. Certainly not. I'm not trying to. I mean, but there's if you're in the states, I mean, you have a lot of choices. Now, when you say you're looking to move to one, does that mean you're in one now, but you want to move to one, or was it just semantics? So you don't have one at all, and you're looking to like look at one. All right, guys. Well, the RNG is now starting to work. Remember that yellow that kept me out. Okay, not the yellow, but the orange bar that kept me out. And I didn't wait for this transition, but the minute it wasn't orange anymore. I said, okay. Well, again, it depends what you mean by advanced. I mean, IB again, it's a very reputable and it's in many, many, many countries too. But check it out, Interactive Brokers. You go to their website. Yeah, we may get that. We're down 700 on the Dow now, 400 and almost 500 now on the Nas. We still have not had a bounce. I mean, this is a very minor, minor bounce. All right, guys, let's take a look at this race here. Okay, now again, if you go to my guide, or not my guide, but the guide, but you go to the education section that's on my home page, and you click on the education section, and then click on the user guide, you'll see there's a whole section on stock racing. So let me explain what the stock racing is all about. I run 4-minute races. Again, you can customize your race to whatever time frame you want. I'm running 4-minute races. So since this race started almost 2 minutes ago, a little over 2 minutes ago, the stock that has moved the most since the race started was Dr. MA. It's up 3%. It's only 8 cents, but it is up 3%. Okay. Buru in second place at 2.35%. Probably not going to get too many, stocks moving in big percentage moves in this race today. Again, with the market doing what it's doing, even though these are stocks that in theory don't care as much about what the overall market's doing. Now, you'll notice that automatically created for you is a top 10 list. What I actually should do is have the biggest losers from the open up and running on days like today and yesterday. But anyway, and I do have that on my homepage. Okay, this is the race that you can see, but I also am sharing 2 other races. One of them, the large cap losers from the open. Okay, but you can see that automatically a top 10 list is created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So in the number 1 position is DRMA. It has won 4 races. OSTX 4 races, etc. So eventually, if any new stock that wins a race comes in, it'll get into the 10th position. Why this is nice is then it gets you to focus on only these 10 stocks if you want to all day long. You don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on it. If you see anything in the list, you should probably click on it to see what's happening. But especially if you see something that's starting to move up, just see what's happening. Okay, let's take a look at the Buru, B-U-R-O, B-U-R-U, and you can see it's starting to move. So, I mean, you have to have a trading style, of course. Now, one of the nice things about this is not everybody. I mean, I'm somebody who loves to see stocks near the low or the high of the day, though this 5-minute gap reversal is, probably going to change my tune a bit. But these are also good for pullback plays, because let's take a look at Mira as an example. So you can see that Mira hit a high up here, MIRA hit a high at 279. It is pulled back here. Has it pulled back to an interesting level? Okay. Well, here's the VWAP at 264. If you're a VWAP player, you can see it's just slightly underneath it. Maybe if it pops above the VWAP and starts to move, maybe that's good enough for you to take a trade. Maybe you have a moving average on your chart that you like. Okay, so that's another way in which you can use these. Just click on the alerts and see where are they now. Here's lab. I mean, it's pulled back 150. Well, it's at the VWAP. I mean, if the market ever maybe turns around a little bit, even though these ones typically, well, that's not a low float, but usually these ones don't care as much what the market's doing. But, at some point, with the market be down 700, NAS is down 500, at some point they are going to care. So KV Ray, I'm not sure again how to answer a question. I mean, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So I use Trade Ideas to generate the ideas, as the program is called, and my broker is Interactive Brokers. It's as simple as that. So the question really now, for those of you listening to me on this race, is, well, why are these stocks showing up? Like, how do you get these stocks to show up as opposed to other stocks? So every race starts from a top list window. Okay. So if I right click on the race, you'll notice I can open the top list. One of the options is to open the top list. So I'll do that. That popped up on my other monitor. Okay. And why are we seeing these stocks? Well, again, you can create your own top list with your parameters. So if I right click on this top list window and click on the configure and the summary, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $1 and $50. The volume is at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if a stock meets all of these requirements, it'll be in this list of stocks. Now, again, you might have a very different idea about what you want to see, and that's why how you can create your own. You can create your own top list, because once you do that, notice if I right click on the top list, launch the real-time stock race. Okay, so that's how, so you create your own top list and then you can launch it, or you can use mine. I mean, you can just use this race if you like it. Now, before we had racing, you could sort on any column header that you had in your top list window. So right now that C%, that refers to the change from yesterday's close. So if I double left click on it, Buru has changed 267%. VSEE has changed 83% from yesterday's close. And if you look from the open, this is the change from the open. In other words, the opening trade of the day. How much has it changed? So OSTX has moved 31%, Buru 30%, etc. All well and good. I mean, people ask that a lot. What are the stocks up the most for today? Or what are the ones down the most for the day? Or, things like that. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. But what the race does, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most for the day or doesn't care. What it cares about is, what if VSTM right down here, it's up 3.5% from the open. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, VSTM started to really move? Now it's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%. That's where the race comes in. Because all of a sudden it doesn't care whether the stock is near the high, change from the open. Okay. All it cares about is, since the race started, what has moved the most? What has moved the most? And that, again, is where the race comes in, because all of a sudden you can see something. Because how could you possibly, you're not going to stare at a list of stocks all day long to see if something is moving. The race does that for you. Okay. Okay, so you've read the instructions? I can't really help you, KB Ray. If you've read the instructions, I do have I think I've got the link still. So you've gone to our guide. You might have to get some other help then. I mean, if you've followed all the instructions and you've selected the correct port and all that, then you might have to. Chris is away, but I think Steve might be able to help. But if you click on the guide, click on my homepage link, go to the education section, click here, and click on the user guide, and if you have clicked on where is it, Brokerage Plus, and you cannot figure out how to connect Interactive Brokers, and you don't have to, of course. You don't have to do that in order to trade, of course. You know that. I don't. I mean, I just use Interactive Brokers to trade. My big thing, of course, is just having it connected in that when I click on an alert, it shows up in my order entry. But if you've done all that, if you've looked at Brokerage Plus, and you still can't figure it out, I'm gonna have to send you to. If you click on my page link again, and you see where it says need help, Click on the need help, ask, and chat. Okay. And just say, well, I'm still having a problem connecting my Brokerage Plus to Interactive Brokers. But you don't have to do that. You know that. Because it's all about correct, the selecting the correct port and all of that. I can't remember what it is anymore, 93, 96, or I can't even remember anymore. But I thought the instructions were pretty good, but I've never done it. I don't connect Brokerage Plus to my Interactive Brokers account. Now, if you're talking about external linking, which is super important, I think, we've got a great tool called our external linking tool, which so when I click on an alert, when I click on any symbol in Trade Ideas, it automatically loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers. And we do link with many brokers. And it's from there that I trade. I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. As Pepe is saying, make sure you have the required data subscriptions with Interactive Brokers. It sounded though that he just doesn't know how to link it. That is another issue, though. Of course, you have to have, and then if you want to trade live, you've got to you have to have a live data coming from IB. Yeah, I'm using the IB test desktop. I mean, the linking is awesome. Okay, it's tools, external linking. Click on tools, external linking, and then basically just follow these instructions. You add the link, okay, and then when it says while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window and hold down the shift key. So what you do is you put your pointer right in the order entry of Interactive Brokers, and then uh, hold down the shift key, and you'll see that you'll be connected. Then the only other thing you've got to do is once that happens, you edit the link, and you must pick the rule is Interactive Brokers Live. This is a drop-down menu, and you just pick Interactive Brokers Live. Now you're done. It just saves a lot of time. If you're like me, who's clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, if I had to type this symbol every time I see a symbol, if I had to type it in, it'd be a real pain. But again, you don't need Brokerage Plus. You don't, I mean, I'm trying to tell you not to use it to trade, but you don't need it. You don't have to link Brokerage Plus. Because look, we only link with two brokers, E-Trade and IB, but you can use Trade Ideas with any broker. We're not broker dependent at all. Okay, guys, I'm out of everything now. I did okay in the RNG, nothing fabulous. and I'm out of the CNK, so I've covered both those shorts. Um, Now, interesting. Here's Intel. First pink, and this is the go no go chart. So what you're seeing here, I know these charts probably look a little bit strange compared to normal charts. So let me explain. These are called go no go charts, and how. Now, if you're a subscriber, you have access to the channel bar. Of course, if you click on new and then docked channel bar. One of the channels is called the go no go charts. Okay, you click on that. And this is an explanation about the go no go charts. So we have two videos: launch, and then the explainers. Okay, and there's some text about what the transition colors are meant to tell you, and then you can keep scrolling down. You can even go to their website, Go No Go's website. Maybe get a lot. Well, not maybe, you got a lot more information. Okay, but I would definitely watch the two videos. This is an add-on. Okay, it's a $50 a month add-on. The reason why it's an add-on is that this is not our technology. We're licensing from them, and but I know other sites have Go No Go, but we have taken it a little step further. We created scans based on the Go No Go. These are these are intraday. These are daily. Let's see what. In fact, let me see. Let's see what DNA looks like. Yeah, you can see. So these are all transitions. But again, watch the video. Okay, watch the video and take a look at that little section that indicated what the color transitions are meant to tell you. And we also have intraday. If you click on new and then Market Explorer, then right click on the Market Explorer window, select the strategy, go down to the go no go, and these are the intraday ones on the 5-minute chart. Okay. Now I'm not using any of the scans. I'm just using my my scans. Now Buru here is making a little move here, guys. Buru making a little bit of a move. All right, now the market. Yeah, me too. Well, I don't know about NVDA, but I'm in total scalp mode. So you can see we're getting reversals, little 5-minute reversals now. You know what the market's doing. You know, is what the market's doing. I just want to see a different color. Deep purple, you know, is bad. I mean, bad if you're. It's great if you're shorting and all that. What I'm looking for is maybe just a transition to even to the pink, kind of what happened here with Intel, which at least gives a bit of a glimmer of hope that maybe we're having a bit of a bounce. So, guys, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so I really welcome any question you have. I will attempt to answer it. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to, but I can certainly direct you to the people who can help you if it's an accounting question. If you're looking for a, maybe a scan, maybe I've got it, maybe I don't. If I don't have it, I'll direct you to the other traders. They have five other traders, and that's why the beauty of at 12 between 12 and 1 when I do take my break, Monday to Friday, 5 days of the week, we have five different traders who do take over from me. We all have different trading styles, so they may have a scan that you like. So again, don't be shy. If you have a question, we all started out new, okay? So don't be shy. Don't think a question is stupid. All right, guys. Well, let's see. This got halted on the way down, I guess. SCPX. All right. GDYN. So this is an earnings play. GDYN is an earnings play. It's still up for the day, 9%. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to load. I'm going to load the other race, guys. One of the other races. Large cap losers from the start of the race. Let's just see what they're looking like. If this doesn't slow down my machine too much, I think what I'll do is I will put it here. Okay, no problem. There we are. So there it is. I've got both of them, but I don't doubt for a minute that option trading is very cool. So you're talking about Nvidia. Cool is probably not the right word to use, but shoot, I should have got out of the RNG. Now, I mean, look at the market, guys. I mean, this is just every time it tries to put a little bit of a top here, it just gets slapped down. Yeah, Captain. I mean, option trading is very specialized, and I just never got into it. I doubt it, Captain. I've been trading a long time now, and I haven't done it by now. Okay, guys, I guess watching some of these 5 minute reversals, see if there's anything, even though the GDYN is looking like it should, especially if the market keeps moving down, it should start to give it up even more, maybe. It's an earnings play. It's still good. I mean, probably one of the few stocks that are still up for the day, 9%. A little meow in my background. Just give me a moment. How long you been trading, LP? LP in our YouTube room. It's so weird that most stocks are down. I don't think I've ever seen the market this way. Well, you weren't around in 2008, 2007, 8, 9, I guess. I think in those days, I think I went about a year and a half before I took a long, even though there were some amazing bounce plays intraday. But I think it took me about a year and a half before I went long. Yeah, but 2020 lasted nothing. I mean, that was so rapid. All right, Fulgent. This is an earnings play. Another one that's up a little bit for the day. FLGT. It is up for the day. Still through the 200-day moving average. That green line you see. Talking about an extended period, Grumpy. Okay, well, the GDYN is starting to move down. I'm trying to get it, but it won't fill me. The spread is not what I like, so I think I'm going to back off it. Well, Daniel, with everything, of course, you have to have a stop, right? I don't care. You have to have a stop, regardless of how long we expect this period to last. Which you're right, nobody knows, but you have to have a stop, regardless. So if stocks are hitting your stop, how to change the column colors based on okay. Well, you always have to have a stop. I mean, for me, I don't care. I'm not a long term or a swing trader, but even if you're doing that, in my opinion, anyway, you still have to have a stop. Would you let a stock go to zero? I'm talking about if I get in, if I were swing trading, I still have to have a price I'm going to get out. Okay, so let me try to understand your question here. Change the column colors. Well, how much? Okay, let's say Daniel, Apple goes to $50, or Amazon goes to $50 from whatever it is now, 160. Would you still hold it? I mean, you're tied up. Look, the money you're tied up is not working for you. I mean, sure, Amazon and Apple are not going to zero, but what if they keep sinking 20, 30, 40, $50 and hang there for a long time? I mean, it's up to you, of course. I'm not trying to tell you how to trade, but I just don't. I would not want to have dead money. Okay, so what are you talking about here? Are you talking about the yellow and the Ron? Are you talking about, for instance, the yellow or the green here? For instance, I've got green in my momentum scan. It's all green. Oh, okay. Phew, that's an easy one. Okay. So if you right click on the alert window, go to properties and then colors. Here's how you do it. Okay. So this is background and foreground. So the background is, and you just click on it or click on the palette. You can pick whatever your background. Oh, I thought you were talking about an alert window. You're talking about in our price alert window, like when you get a price alert and it pops. Oh, I see. Okay, and never mind then. Let's see if I understand what you're talking about. So, what are you talking about? Here's my price alert window as an example. So let me see if I can just generate one. So I'll minimize the window. Hopefully it'll hopefully it'll trigger. I'll do another one. I would be picking stocks that just aren't moving. How about this one? Okay, so what are you talking about here? You talking about that yellow or So you're not talking about a price alert window because we don't have the volume in here. The column, okay. I don't even know, is that a column available? I've never even looked at that. I don't think there's going to be a way, but today, I'd never even, yeah, didn't have that column at all. Okay, I didn't even know we had that. So now you want to have the column, sort of like in a top list window, you see, where you can have, different shades based on the volume. Like that, you can't do it in this. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, thank you. You cannot do that. First time I've been asked that. Whew. All right, guys. Well, let me just see if it's. I want to ensure that it's Andy coming in today and relieving me in about 50 minutes from now. Daniel, I can't answer a question like that. I'm not going to. I'm not an investment advisor. Okay. Your trade is down 80%. I mean, personally, I'd never be in the trade still. So that's just me. I mean, hope for me is not a trading strategy. Okay. But listen, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk you out of anything. If you want to hold on to something forever because you think it's going to go back, well, that's up to you. See, my problem with doing something like that is it would drive me crazy to be looking at my P&L every day and seeing something that is, I'm down 10%, now I'm down 20%, now I'm down 30%, 40%. It's sort of, it's an amazing feeling to get out of a trade that was just terrible, even if you're taking a big loss. Now, not, if it wipes out your entire account, fine. I get that, but just to sort of clears your mind. It's like getting out of a bad job. It's always scary. Hopefully, you got another job to go to. But how many times, people in a bad job and they can't stand going to work every day and they get out of the job and it's scary, but there's that aspect that has been lifted. Oh, he was just, Stevie, he was just using an express or an example. So seeing getting a lot of little 5-minute highs here. Amazing, but I'm not seeing a big bounce in the market. But I am seeing 5-minute highs. All right, guys. I am now. It is Andy, and so Andy just confirmed it will be him today in about 45 minutes, taking over for me in our YouTube room. See, even CNK finally had a bounce. Oh, lovely short though. But I'm not seeing a market bounce yet at all. Minutes. All right, guys. I forgot to keep watching this one, this P-Core, and it's just underneath 50 now. It's an earnings play. Ah, man, I see there. This is how it works. This is how the transition. You can see the color transition. It went from pink to deep purple. Okay. So the idea then, wow, that was an awesome short. It's my mistake because I have this stock thumbnailed. This is maybe a better view of it. It's all about the transition. So it goes from light pink to the deep purple, and that's a sign, a suggestion to go short. So right here, 51.11, and that's a great move down. 49.67 now. I agree, Nestor, in our YouTube room. But listen, I mean, even in day trading, whether you're swing trading or long-term investing or day trading, you know, we all, and I was the same. I mean, I'm no different from anybody else when they started, and even when I had a few years under my belt, not obeying my stop, just because I kept thinking, it's going to come back. This is too good. It's going to come back. It took me a long time before I finally said, you know what? Have your stop, obey your stop, have good money management technique. In other words, if I'm going to risk $100 on a trade and it hits that $100, get out of the trade. You can always get back into a trade, but nothing worse than saying, your manageable loss that you fully intended to obey of say $100 that you were risking on a trade, turning into two, three, four, five, $1,000 before you finally get out. Just give me a moment, please. And that can happen, Daniel. Absolutely. You know, when I talk about money management, I always, we go over why do I have a checklist? Why do I take a trade? Everything has to be checked. I check to see where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Once I've determined that, then I check to see, well, okay, if my stop is 10 cents away or 20 cents away, can it move double that at least for me before it hits the next high in a daily or a weekly chart? Okay, so that sort of sets up my idea for a trade at the beginning. And then practice in the simulator. And until you can make money in a simulator, don't try to trade live. But a lot of times, even when you've been able to make money in a simulator and you've been obeying your stop, because obeying your stop when it's paper money, trade play money, doesn't matter, does it? It's not real money. But sometimes it's really difficult to obey your stop. And just like you said, Daniel, you can obey your stop, get out for that $100, or even worse, you don't obey your stop, you're down 100, now you're down two, three, $400, whatever your risk amount was, and then it does turn around on you, and you say, I knew it would. And can that happen? Of course it can. But if somebody had hammered that point home to me early on, it would have saved me a lot of grief. Okay, future science. There are no settings. Okay, you're talking about in the go no go chart. These color transitions. There are no settings. In other words, they're not user definable. This is a proprietary. You can use them on different time frames, of course. So if I went to a 15-minute chart, or well, that's not a good example because the transition is so the same, but depends on the time frame. But you can get different colors depending on the time frame. But you cannot. There's nothing to adjust, if that makes sense. Well, Iris, you have to be watching, of course. I mean, I made a mistake on the P core because it changed right there at $51. Sure. Now you're in chase mode, of course. But from 51 down to 40, what did it get down to? 49.40. That would have been awesome. And I have no excuse because I had this one thumbnailed. No excuse. My excuse is that I'm, doing a few things at the same time, but other than that, no excuse. Where can you find them? So this is a Future Science. Are you a subscriber right now to Trade Ideas? Well, the transition, Iris, the transition. Did you not watch the video? You've got to watch the video, Iris. And also, I mean, it explains it all. If you click on the go, no go charts, and then here are the videos, okay, the go, no go channel explainers, but right here, the color transitions. So if it goes from pink to deep purple, that's an idea to short it. If it goes from that what I call light green to blue, that's a suggestion to go long. Do they work all the time? Of course not. So to answer your question, Future Science, if you do what I just did, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Go No Go charts. This is the explanation about what they're all about. Okay, please, you gotta look at the video, look at these two videos, check out this explanation down here, and this is a $50 a month add-on though. It's not our technology. We're licensing from the Go No Go people, and now we do have the additional. Excuse me. Michael has created all these different scans, though, also, which other charting programs that I know probably have Go No Go, but I don't think they have the scans. We've got the scans. These are daily scans, okay, more for swing trades. And then we do have these ones, new Market Explorer. All right, click, select the strategy. This pops up, Go No Go pops up. And then these ones on the 5 minute, these are intraday scans. Okay. So what time period? What time period, Iris, for snow? Like what time period are you talking about? Right now, snow is it's been chopping around, but it still looks like a short. Okay, well, it still looks like a short. I mean, it tried, the transition was here, but understand this is more of a trend following scam. Right now, I don't see like a solid trend here. Okay. Okay. The Market Explorer. So if you click on new and then Market Explorer window, click on the Market Explorer window, you'll get this pop up, right click on it, hover over select strategy. This box should pop up. Keep moving down, 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 down to go, no go. This box pops up. Now, these daily ones are already in the channel. Okay, these daily ones are in the channel already, in the Go No Go channel. These ones are not. You can just add them though, or you can just, you click on one and here they are. Now, I'd be a little reluctant. I'm not seeing too many that would probably be strengthening, but these are the scans within. These are the intraday scans on a 5-minute basis. So does it have, Trade Ideas have order entry? I don't use it, okay, Chad? We do have a program called Brokerage Plus, okay, Brokerage Plus. If you had an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, if that's what you mean. I don't. I have Interactive Brokers, but I just prefer trading from within Interactive Brokers. Okay. What I do is I establish an external link using our external linking tool so that when I click on any symbol, it loads into my Interactive Brokers program, and that's where I trade it. But it's up to you. I mean, I'm not saying you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade and you want to use this to trade it, you can go ahead. You could not find Go No Go under Market Explorer. Okay, click Iris. Please listen really carefully. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Market Explorer. Okay, this is the screen you'll see first. First, nothing's in it. You right click on it, click on the select strategy, and now here are all of the Market Explorer scans, including Go No Go. You should be able to see it. Okay. Still no bounce, guys. Still no bounce in this market at all. It's interesting that Intel has kind of bounced a little, it held that 20 level, INTC held the 20 level. It's getting no help from the market. LNC is a nice one from our AI guys. There's the alert at 3108 to short, and we're down to 2926 now. Probably an earnings, not an earnings play, a bank or a financial. So where could LNC go? So looking on the weekly chart, the next low looking left, looks like around 2837. So Has still a dollar to go until it hits that weekly low. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but okay, guys, I have about half an hour left. Wow, look at Moderna. Man, oh man, it should have been. Again, I have no excuse other than just trying to do too many things here. But look at Moderna. So there's your transition right there at around $90. Wasn't straight down from there, but there's your transition from pink to deep purple. Now look at PCOR. It did have a bounce actually. PCOR had a bounce. So the idea would have been, now I would not have waited. Okay, I would not have waited all the way up here. Let's just say that if the alert to go short PCOR on the color transition from pink to deep purple, say it had been up here, say $54, and it had been moving down, down, down. The theory is that you don't get out of the entire trade unless you do get the transition back. That's the theory. Now you could have been taking some off, on that bounce here, but that is the theory that it helps you to keep in the trade until you get the color transition the other way. Now I would not have allowed, but because it would have happened here to get into the trade. If you had allowed that to happen, you would have been basically flat on the trade. So you have to have some trading experience or idea. Again, nothing is foolproof. But I really, really, what I really like about it is the orange line. The orange line keeps me out of a trade one way or the other. The orange line is suggesting we don't see an advantage going long or short. Just give me a moment. All right, NVIDIA. You guys have been talking yeah, I see. Well, look at that. Now there's your transition. Okay. There's your transition from green, that little green, to blue. An idea to go long at 105.58. Okay. What is N sorry. Now here is the double, right? So if you think that it's plenty of volume, 21 million shares. This is an ETF designed specifically for NVIDIA. I mean, if you thought NVIDIA is going to have the nice bounce, you could buy this. Now, this is going to give you double the move that NVIDIA, the stock, will. Okay. Well, the same thing, Keshke. I mean, if you got to stop, it is obey your stop. I mean, I'm just a believer of obeying your stop. So it's not a matter of selling them as they start falling. If it hits your stop, For me, I'm out. I mean, it's really that simple. Others may have a completely different take, oh, don't sell now, the market's going to come back, and it might. That's why I'm not an investment advisor. I don't want to tell people, well, yeah, if it hits your stop, get out of everything. And then on Monday, the market, moves up 1,000, and all your positions that you sold out because it hit your stop are now, solidly positive again. So you have to, others might want to chime in. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a most of the stuff that we trade, Cascade, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you're trading Microsoft or Apple or some of the big guys, but most of these stocks, I don't. I mean, I don't subscribe to the theory that the market makers are hunting your stops, but that's my opinion. Yeah, I'm going to delete that, Grumpy. Okay, I know you think you're being funny, but somebody might look at that, and go, well, that guy's maybe a guy who knows what he's talking about. I'm just going to delete it. Okay, there are new people here, and I know you're trying to be funny. Okay, you mean in YouTube? Paradox? Yeah. What a great turnaround for Mobileye, guys. Is certainly not being helped by the market. Okay, but Mobileye, MBLY, this was an all-time low yesterday, and nice turnaround. Well, again, I keep maybe if I get into a 5-minute chart, maybe there's a yeah. Okay, in a 5-minute chart, we're getting a little color transition. Okay, you never know, guys. Wouldn't it be something we had a monster like a monster rally? Okay, well, the NVDS guys, yeah, not S. That's the short version. Again, a little more risky because it's double. Okay, so if Nvidia starts to fall at all, this is going to fall twice as much. But look at this move now. Okay, guys, a glimmer of hope here. A glimmer of hope. What if this even turns to light green? Okay, on the SPY 5-minute, which would be the next transition if it happens. So now these 5-minute reversals, we should be getting some interesting ones now. Okay, look at Claire here, CLAR, 5-minute reversal. It's an earnings play. It's just over the whole number. I'd rather get something larger though. That is not. Let me just see if I. Well, Intel, of course. It's a beautiful move now off that 20 level. Okay, guys, we are getting serious here. There's a, it's a nice bar now too on the color transition. But boy, the Dow is down 800. Nas is still down 400. Well, let's take a look at these guys now. Maybe we're start looking at these somewhat low. Wow, look at Sava. Last time I saw Sava, it was $20. Wow, it was right here a few days ago. What a run it's been on. And again, this is all to do with Alzheimer's, and it's very controversial. And I know somebody mentioned or posted the other day. I don't remember which room it was. And we would all want to cheer on a company that has anything to do with Alzheimer's, if in fact, they have something that offers a glimmer of hope. It's just that Sava has been trashed by so many people. But look right there. If I'd been watching Sava, which I wasn't, 2378 would have been an entry right on that transition right there. So right now, the LNC short from the AI, as an example, if you had taken this one, 3108, now I would have taken some off on that pop, but I would have kept some for sure, for sure, for sure. Now on that little transition here, the suggestion, is keep lightening it. This is another little earnings play, guys. TIXT. This is TELUS International. TELUS International. Okay. Big telecommunications in Canada. Didn't realize they were all over the place. Well, guys, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, but a lot of these are really intriguing now. These little bounce plays coming on my gap 5-minute gap reversals. Okay, as long as the market keeps doing this, but I'm not going to do anything right now. But the AL looks interesting. I mean, we're not talking color anymore. Okay, got nothing to do with color. Sort of, Stevie. I'm talking to Stevie in our YouTube room. Peers. Oh my gosh, 7,000 shares. Yeah, back here, I guess, right when it hit 21. So this LNC, guys, this LNC is sort of interesting. I know it's an AI alert, but we're getting that little transition to pink. If this could turn into a bit of a bounce play. It's not an earnings play, so it's just sort of but it's definitely following the market. I mean, you can kind of see we got the three pink here, definitely following the market. Sure, Mara on a so what this would be telling you is right now, okay, right now for Mara, if you follow this, explicitly, the orange area right there would have been telling you don't take the trade, even though it moved. Okay, I mean it's saying we don't see at this point a benefit for going long or short. Now you got the transition to the green. If it transitions to blue, then that would be again the if you just follow the rules explicitly, that would be the idea to go long. Now it's choppy though. I mean, it's very choppy, but that would be the idea. So because it's choppy, I wouldn't be thinking it's. I mean, it could. I mean, the high up here is 1850. So if you got a blue right now, you could take it. But look, you obviously know you have to be watching Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is now. See, I would never take this. I would never take this unless I had a Bitcoin or I had IBIT up and running. Okay, to make sure that IBIT is moving higher. Also, I mean, I know Mara can kind of trade a little bit on its own, but I would want Bitcoin to be moving higher. But it's a good one because it's moving with the market. It's moving. You can just see it's moving exactly with the market. See, this is if I weren't doing what I'm doing, this is probably what I would do. I would take a bunch of thumbnail charts, maybe 15 of them, okay? Get them into the go no go, and I'd have 15 stocks that maybe I would watch for the day based on, maybe what they did, maybe yesterday, the day before, maybe today, and just try to follow just a handful of stocks. So you create a symbol list or a watch list of those stocks, and then just follow and watch for the transition change or the color changes. And again, understanding that nothing is 100%. Okay, guys. Wow, that rocket. So somebody said they were in rocket and it was boring them. I don't think it's boring now. Remember who it was. I can't remember if it was YouTube or in the main room regarding a rocket. So there's your transition right there. 1646, the transition was right there. Take the trade right there. And you put your stop maybe at the low of that, okay? And that's so you have a pretty identified stop. That'd be pretty tight, but that's well, not that tight. Put the stop there, take the trade, and if it works, great. If not, you get stopped out. But you have a pretty identifiable stop. That was you, KV Ray, okay? Well, hopefully you're still in it. I mean, helped by the market, of course, helped by the market. All right, guys, another 10 minutes, and then I'm taking my break. And if you look at, if you're sort of into trading the SPY or IWM, or if that's what you want to follow, I mean, yesterday. Now, granted, yesterday was a stupendous day, but right there, for instance, 533, the transition, 533, and it got down to 528. Okay, right there. There's your transition. I think that we're actually at some point. I don't know when. Michael asked me if it would be okay if the guy, one of the co-founders of Go No Go, would come into the room probably between 12 and 1 when I'm taking my break, and he would take over probably with Michael and maybe go over in a lot more detail about what Go No Go is all about. I mean, look, I'm just like you guys, really. I'm just sort of feeling my way through it. Future, are you saying you just subscribed to Go No Go? Okay, so the difference can be this. Okay, I'm using pre-market data. You don't have to, but I like to use pre-market data. So when you click on your Go No Go chart, or you can take the Go No Go chart and do what I've done. Create free floating Go No Go charts. But if you right click on your chart, right click on the chart and click on properties, do you have show pre-market checked? More than likely, it's unchecked. I like the pre-market. Some don't. It's up to you. Okay, so you have it unchecked. Show pre-market is unchecked. When you say yes, so again, it's up to you. I like to see the pre-market. Some don't, but I do. And that's why, yes, You will get a different look. You know, if we get a face ripper of a rally going here, you know, if this pink turns into that a little green and then into blue, I mean that. So let me make sure. When you say you're not getting the same indicator, so when I click on my go no go chart, so are you in here? Are you in the channel itself? Talking to future in our YouTube room. Are you in the channel itself? You have to click on an alert in order to get. You have to click on one of these in order to get the go no charts working, if that makes sense. So did you click on one of these, any one of these in here? And then then it'll turn into the go no go chart. Now you can type in, you can put any symbol you want. You can take this and turn it into a free floating window just by right clicking, duplicate into a free floating window. That's what I've done. Okay. That's how I create all these little thumbnail charts. So is that what you meant? You weren't getting because when you go into the go no go channel, until you click on an alert, it doesn't turn into the transition charts or the color transition. Is that what you meant? Now, if you've clicked on one of these and it's still not doing it, then there's something wrong. Future, I need an answer. I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Now, Andy might be able to help you when he takes over, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're seeing or not seeing. Well, you will not see orange and green every like you will here. Okay, are you in the channel? Are you in the go no go channel right now? Are you in this channel right now? I'm talking to Future in our YouTube room. Okay, so if you click on this one right here, okay, the go no go, I've got it on the go pullbacks daily, but it shouldn't matter. If I click on WPM, do you not see this? Something that looks like this? You know, here's orange, here's the different colors. This is on a daily chart, of course. Or any one of them. It doesn't have to be a, you know, you should get, I mean, some of them are just not going to have the orange or the, okay, then, okay, as long as then it's working. Okay. Now on the SPY, I mean, I don't have any orange. I don't have any pink or light blue or green. Not yet. That's what I'm saying. But if I change time frames, it's possible I would. Remember, I'm on a 5-minute chart. The colors will look different on the different time frames. You know, obviously, if I look at a daily chart, you know, I'm going to get all this. I'm choosing to keep it on a 5, and that's it. All right, guys. Wow, 11:57. I got to hurry. So first of all, on a break. Well, that's my message. I'm not on the break quite yet. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. 1 p.m. ET. Okay, and also here is the link, the YouTube link, so you guys can head over and listen to Andy when he shows up in our YouTube room. Okay, so now I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. So this is a nice rally, guys. I mean, we rallied off 528, 532 now. And I'm pretty sure yeah, so there's the MVDL now, 50. So you're talking about which one was that again, Para? Just one moment, Andy, okay? I think you just showed up, right? I might have heard a little pop.
Yes, I did, Barry.
Okay, just give me one moment, Andy. I just got to answer a question in the main room. Go no go can be answered. You can add it with our basic, yes. Okay. Go no go is an add-on either to premium or basic. It was A lab, right, Captain? Was it A lab? I did not put any levels. Ooh, nice though. Very nice so far. I mean, that is certainly moving contrary to the market. Good for you. Okay, guys, Andy is in our YouTube room right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We will see you guys in about 1 hour at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm putting myself on mute now. And now I can welcome officially Mr. Andy Lindloff to our, am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
You are. Excuse me. I just took a drink of water and went down the wrong way.
Yeah, Lindloff, or is it
I hate
Lindloff?
that.
You know,
yeah.
who knows?
Lindloff. Yes.
Lindloff. Okay,
Lindloff.
cool.
You got it.
All right, Andy. So, how's it going? what a couple of days.
It has been going good, and the reason it has is because I was real light on that last bounce and pretty much got out of everything, and got short a couple of days ago, and it's always nice if you're mostly a long side trader if you can make a little money on the downside. Doesn't have to be much. Just don't go. Just don't give a lot back, and it's a bonus if you make some. So. Yeah, I was able to fade Tesla yesterday. Still in a little bit of that. Oh, FAS, I had a really good entry in FAS.
I'll bet.
Yeah, that's at 881. That was at the basically top yesterday. So,
well, at 10 o'clock when those economic numbers came out, I mean, all you had to do. I mean, I haven't seen a move like that in the SPY in a long time. And I don't mean the fact that it was down that much. I'm just talking about that steady all day long move down without any sort of a bounce until kind of the end. And it wasn't a big bounce. Take a look. Are you using the go no go at all, Andy?
I'm playing around with it. Really I'm playing. I have a go no go chart that I pull up, a 5-minute chart.
Okay.
And yes, I don't. So I don't. I'm pretty good at picking intraday spot. I mean, swing trading spots. So I really don't need it for that. But yeah, I definitely will put it to use.
Yeah. Take a look at the SPY, for instance, on a 5-minute.
Okay.
Now I use pre-market data. Okay. So I don't know what you're going to say, but take a look at the SPY on a 5-minute chart.
Okay. It looks like I do have pre-market data on this one.
Okay, good. So I'll just take a look at what you're seeing here. Yeah, so it looks exactly the same. Okay. So you see how we've transitioned now from what I call the deep purple to the pink.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to get some kind of a face ripping rally, if that pink turns into the light green and then to the blue, look out.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we could get that real ripping rally.
Just out of curiosity, I'm going to see what it looks like without pre-market and post-market on here. Yeah, it may be turning light green. Let me take off the pre and the post.
Okay.
Nope, it's still in that light pink area.
Okay. But I'm really intrigued. I mean, this is the first. We did not see any pink yesterday at all until maybe the last 15 or 20 minutes on that five
Yeah.
minute chart. It was
Yeah.
red,
Yeah. I
red, red,
see.
red all day long,
Long. Yeah.
and
I
it was
can actually
amazing.
zoom out and look at it here.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, look at that. Just and then finally at the close. Of course, I don't have pre and post on there, but
Right.
now, but yeah.
Anyway,
Well, you know
I'm
what? That would
embracing it.
that would keep you
I'm
out of trying
embracing it.
to, trying to trade it, But
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is I'm loving the orange line because the orange line is telling you don't trade it at all, either to the upside or the downside. We do not see an
mhm,
advantage one way or the other.
sure.
And what's happening for me, it's keeping me out of trades.
Yes.
And does it mean that, because I see an orange line, maybe it exploded higher on the orange line? And sure, I could have taken the trade, but I'm seeing a lot of times what's happening is that yeah, you sort of get an orange line and then it
Mhm.
drops a little orange line. And it's just sort of, it's not giving me an advantage one way or the other. And that's what it's telling me. So don't trade
Right.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it.
No, I get that. Yeah, for sure. No, that's good. I've always been bad about anticipating, so I'm
Hmm.
gets me in
Yeah,
trouble.
there you
It gets me in
go.
trouble sometimes, but when I'm right, I'm usually early and but no, I could probably need to have that up a little bit more to keep me from trading
And for the
downside.
general audience, okay, nothing is 100% guaranteed, of course, okay?
Right.
There's no indicator out there that's going to be 100% correct, but I'm finding that even for my style of trading, that it really is helping me. It helps me keep in a trade because until I get, the transition to another, say I'm long and it's that nice blue up, 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 and then all of a sudden it does start to turn pink or to the green on the way down. That starts to tell me that things are changing, things are
Yep.
turning.
Sure.
And so would I take some off? Sure. So anyway, I got to go. I've got
Yeah, yeah,
watering
yeah,
to
yeah,
do.
yeah. You don't want to waste all your time off. Yeah.
That's my
All
fault. I
right,
just
Barry.
like talking to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. Have a good one, buddy.
Okay, Andy.
Hey, perfect circle. That's yeah, that was definitely going down the wrong pipe there. That was bad timing too. All right, to I did just add a few trades here. So I pretty much been kind of short. I'm still short this Apple, but via the AAPD and uh, but you can see I scalped some. It's just not playing ball this morning. I thought it would sell off with the rest of the market, but I did just buy some BTBT, just a beaten up Bitcoin miner off that $3. Bought some at 298, and then I also bought some BITF. So a couple of I saw the coin having a nice little bounce. So and I bought this one off the just things that are beaten up, looking for a bounce. And I've also bought some hood at 1821, just another beaten up stock. This will kind of hedge my little shorts I have. Faz, I covered most of it, but I want to keep a little bit of this just in case something gets crazy in the financial, get a systemic issue going on. All right. Yeah, let's take a look. It's a lot of damage done. I mean, obviously we could see a bounce here, but that was a pretty decent selling yesterday and decent volume. Today, a little continuation. Uh, yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's take a look. Guess we could do a trend line right there to see if we're not really kind of in no man's land, really. I can't see a trend line. I thought we may get down to here today, and we may still. That'd be a brutal amount of selling, but we'll see what happens. But I tell you what, we could look for some bounces and some stuff. I mean, some beaten up stuff. A lot of the ARC stocks. That's one reason I just jumped into Hood. I thought that was kind of overdone, down 10% on the day. May look to add to this now that it's getting popping up here above its 10 period moving average. I don't know. This market could get slapped down really quick. That's one thing. If you have a good buy in this kind of tape, you better be careful adding because obviously you're going to worsen your average price, and then when I buy a set sale price, not sure what you mean by buy a set sell price. I try to see on the chart the resistance level earlier. Who's Ryan? Ryan not let you do the stock Ryan. Okay. Uh, when I buy a set sell price, I'm not sure what you mean by that. You just mean, are you trying to do like a buy stop or a limit? Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm definitely not. I do not feel like Trader 77. This is the market you did. You load up thinking it's the bottom. That's for sure. And as a matter of fact, the ones I just bought, I got quick stops in them. So looking to buy a scalp. If they don't work, I'm going to be out for a paper cut on all of them. I don't have them set in here, but I have them set in my account. No, I don't think it's something you get excited about at all. Oh, you're putting out uh a target, basically a limit order to sell. Well, are you paper trading? I mean, you should be able to put it out, in your brokerage plus, Peter, down at the bottom. So if you're in Ryan and you want to sell, if it goes to let's say 67.50, you just put 67.50. I'm sorry, that would be the amount of shares. Let's say you had 100 shares, you'd go sell, and you want to go here and you go limit. All right. And then you put the limit price in here you want to sell at. Let's say 67.50, and then send. And that's going to send it out. Hi, Iris. How are you? I don't know if you're trying to use yeah, Joshua, it's Andy. Yeah, not too much of a bounce on these bitcoins I bought, that's for sure. But this one's already, I got the stop at lows on that one already. After I did it, I looked down here. I said, "Oh man, this thing wants to go to 215." I can see it, so I quickly put a stop at lows on that one. So basically risking about 4 cents. That's the kind of stuff I'll do in a bearish tape if I'm, trying to play a pick a bottom. No, not paper trading. Okay, then if you're not paper trading, I can't. You're talking about your broker. I don't know what would be the issue if you're live trading through your broker. It's that would not be something obviously on our end if it won't accept a limit sell on a stock at your broker, Peter. I don't know what to tell you there. I mean, I know you could do it. There's my order. In the paper trading, uh, Ryan's in there for a sale. Cancel it just so I don't get short that thing. Okay, Iris, when a candle is purple, is it too late to enter the short? The thing about shorting, you got to be careful. My style for shorting is fading. Okay. If you look at FAS, okay, I got in it yesterday. Look at that at 881. Uh, just because, and I'm telling you what I saw. I saw XLF near highs, but I saw Bank of America basically just getting destroyed for days. And Bank of America opened up and just got slammed. I said, told myself something's wrong with these banks. I'm going to buy some FAS here uh, and Tesla. Now I entered this one back again. I sold it all yesterday and I bought it back at the close. But my entry in Tesla was probably near what I like to do if I just pull up Tesla here. And remember, I'm a swing trader. I'm not day trading, but I faded. I faded this move yesterday, and uh, now, if you're day trading, this thing probably turned purple right about here. Boom. No, it just depends on the market. If the market's going to have a sell off, yes, like yesterday, purple can be a really good area to short a stock. And depending on the stock, I mean, Iris, I don't know your time frame, but if you're scalping, and the moment it turns purple, and here's what I would do if I was scalping, the moment because if you get on the wrong side of a short, you can get hurt bad. Because not only do you have shorts covering, you also have new buying interest coming in to a stock if it goes against you. Okay. So if you're a scalper and you want to short and you want to like go with the direction of the stock, then you would short it when it turned purple. But you might want to consider as soon as it turns, another color, maybe a pink or definitely a light green to get out. Okay, because it's bouncing obviously. But still for me, even when I was day trading, a lot of my shorts would be fades. I look for a weak stock where, it might bounce to, find a moving average, find a level of resistance, and that's where I'd put my offer out. I wasn't, a momentum to the downside, unless of course the stock is just getting killed. There's BT stopped out. Let me go ahead and sell these things. That one hopefully got stopped out at 94. We'll see. Man, went too quick. Regardless, I'm gonna cut that right there. Yeah, shoot, I hate punching out these buttons when I like kind of follow my P&L on here, but oh well. Let me go ahead and put one on this one. My stop on this one. Oh wait, it's 2-2. Okay, let's take a look. NVDL. That's an NVIDIA long. Okay, yeah. Well, here's what you guys, I mean, in this market environment, just kind of like what I'm doing right now, stomping out real quick. Okay, this is a bearish tape. It has been the last couple of days have been very, very bearish. Uh, so you got to tell yourself if I'm going to wait for a bounce like this and then try to go long Nvidia here, I'm going to be quick to get out because I know the sellers can come back really quick. So you always keep the backdrop of the market in the back in your mind because even though this thing may turn around and rip, the market may turn around and rip. Uh, you're still, there's a lot of selling that's been going on lately. Okay, so you just got to keep that in the back of your mind. And like when I just trade these longs right here, I kept them real tight. Okay, got stopped out of two for paper cuts. That's okay. Still in hood. Maybe that'll work, but uh, I'm not drawing a line in the sand in this tape saying I'm going long. And uh, if I am, I'm probably gonna trade something. I'm looking that's oversold and looking for a bounce just because of the, like the backdrop of the market. SPY is turning around here and trying to. Okay, just checking to make sure I got stopped out of those things. So keep that. Always keep that in the back of your mind, Iris. What's the current environment? What's going on in the market? Okay, right now you got a lot of selling. That doesn't mean we can't have a really nice bounce, which we're trying. We're trying to put in a bounce, but uh, I keep them real tight in an environment like this, just because I know the sellers can come back really quickly. All right, and I am gonna go just let go of this rest of this apple, I think. I think yeah, if you're playing, yeah, Joshua, especially it's one thing if you're like swing trading, maybe looking for a position, thinking the market may bottom out here, and this could be a nice bottom to a ugly pullback we've seen in the market, where you may go in for small size. Say for example, this hood, I'm pretty small size on this. Uh, Maybe I want to buy it and say I'm giving it the low of this bar right here, which is basically what minute 21. So that's basically 30 cents. You know, I'm going to enter this trade. That's going to be my stop. Now, if you're scalping, that's another thing. I mean, because we've had a lot of selling pressure. If the selling pressure comes back, I don't want to, be on the wrong side if I'm scalping. So yeah, I would do it. I would do it really quick. So maybe in this hood, for example, if I was scalping, I would buy a little more size, maybe sell half once it gets up to the top of these wicks at the 50 level, and then see if the rest can go. But if I'm doing a potential swing trade, hey, I may be looking for a move back up to, the moving averages at 21 or something. So out of that apple. Now, that being said, I am kind of scalping, even though I don't have a whole lot of size on this, because I'm still pretty much kind of bearish on the market. Yeah, in a market like this, Joshua, mine is more just kind of, you know, by the kind of by the seat of my pants. Uh, I'm looking. I mean, I've been short. I got over the last couple of days. I haven't been long hardly anything. So I feel like I got some house money to play with, and I've still got a few little shorts here in FAS and TSLS. Um, so I feel like I have a little house money, so I'm willing to take some chances on a bounce. But at the same time, so it's more just looking in a situation like this. It's more just stuff that's oversold. Kind of like this hood. Down 10% doesn't mean it can't keep going lower, and there's a good chance I'll probably get stopped out of this too. But if I'm right, it could be a nice little hedge against what shorts I have left. I mean, here's the problem, and this is a problem for me over my trading career, and this is why I'm real proud of myself over the last couple of weeks. Is a lot of traders do this, when the market's ripping and roaring higher, they kill it, they make good money. Now I'm referring to mostly swing traders now, or even investors. Uh, but and then you get into a bearish tape, and say say this year you made 30% to the upside. You had a really really good day. I mean, a really good year. But it's nothing in an environment we've seen the last few days for them to give back 15% of that. Because what happens is you get accustomed to buying pullbacks. Your style has been working. You buy the dip, and they go higher. And next thing you know, you get a day like yesterday, and then a gap down today because you're assuming, oh, we always bounce. And before you know it, you've given back, half your profits on the year. So many traders do that, and I think the good traders are one that kind of can visual kind of see what the conditions are changing in the market, especially after that opening yesterday. And to basically get out, pull back, maybe even get short, and just say, you know what, I'm going to wait it out. Wait for my pitch, wait it out a little bit. So I can't tell you how important it is to, adapt. Even in day trading, when you get in a tape like this, obviously your up moves don't last anything like they do in a nice bullish tape. So you got to make those scalps, you know, shorter. Maybe what you're playing stocks where you like to get a 3 to 5% move, and maybe you only got to go for 1 or 2%. Just and quick to sell. Gosh, I had alert go off in that TLW. Look at that right there. There's my alert. I did not buy that thing. Earnings and everything. That was just a mistake. That was holding up well. Yeah. Yeah, Joshua, we've all been there. Yeah, I've been there. But that's the one good thing about uh, being active in the market is you're on top of things and you can prevent those big drawdowns. Whereas an investor, they just buy and hold, and it's been good to them over the last 15 years. But a big one's coming. There's no doubt in my mind. A big one's coming. All you got to do is look at the national debt. This is not sustainable. And speaking of that blue, look at this TLO from the get go this morning. The 5 minute chart turned blue right there, and just never, even though it got near lows, never even turned back to green. It's impressive. And look at what happened to it. See if anything of these other earnings plays. Dash not doing a whole thing a lot. Florax had look at that alert went off. And I said this morning, I said, well, this thing pulls back to these high. It's a problem. You get focusing on everything. I need to start focusing on my swing trade watcher. I keep trying this Nova because it has such a tried it the last 2 days, got out for a paper cut, but it's got a huge short interest. I'm just seeing. Let me put the alert back in there just in case. But you kind of got a nice little wedge developing here. Draw this little wedge. Here you go, Peter. I'll show you these trend lines and wedges. It's pretty nice. Yep, hood's already back to my entry. Sorry. Get over here. There you go. Yeah, hand it to the robots. Perfect circle and let them play around with it. Peter, when I look at a chart, it shows percentage going up or down. Is that daily or longer period? No, anytime you see it's going to be changed from close. Okay, like this hood is down 9.91%. from yesterday's close. Okay. Now you can run columns if you want to see where a stock is, how much it's down or up over the last uh 30 days, 60 days or something like that. We do have some change from if you want to put them in a column, and it can show you in a column how much is down or up over the last X amount of days or weeks. Uh, but yeah, anytime you look at it in a chart or a single stock window, it's going to give you the change from the previous day's close. Yep, Apple's trying to take out that 20 period now. 225. Be impressive if it gets through there. And there's the alert. I know how this Apple's playing hero today, holding up the market. And what'll happen is it'll break through, and then if we do get like a major, like next week, get a major push in the indices, Apple will start selling off. Boy, Hood doesn't have much at all. Not very excited about this bounce here in the market. I'm just giving myself 10 cents on that one. So it's like it's going to bounce. It's going to bounce. If not, I don't want to be. Let's take my paper cuts and move on. Buffett's been selling some banks lately. I know that. No, he's selling lots of Bank of America. That's why it was having this action over the last 2 weeks. Probably, he had a huge position in it. Yeah, when When he starts dumping a bunch of stuff, people pay attention. I was just looking at that, Peter. I was just looking at it come through my just crazy. All right, let's take a look at the above all major moving averages. That's a nice one there. Dash poking his little head up, our earnings play. It gets back into that gap. Another earnings play. Cinemark, man. Hey, people going to the movies again, I guess. Clorox. GoDaddy flirting around highs up here. What happened to my B plus window? Did I accidentally close it out? Darn, I guess I did. There it is. Well, market's being stubborn. Excuse me, I'm making a few more trades over here. I did buy this one back at 94. That's what I should have waited for, that alert. I got too early on that thing. And gets above that one, may get. All right, let's take a look around. Take a look at the GoDaddy daily, man. That's just all-time highs and strong today. Just don't know if it's going to have what kind of strength it's going to have to get through. I mean, it's already up 6%. Okay, Peter, one more thing. I've recently started looking at MACD line with Rocket that gives me a digit of 0.47. You know what? I'm not the guy from MACD. I really don't, look at it. If I did, it would be the MACD, the kind you see in the chart, like in the bottom range when it does a crossover. And I'm probably not even the one to ask, about that. Uh, early in my career, I decided when I started looking at all these indicators, it's like, you know what, I'm going to simplify things. And and that was one of the things I cut pretty quick. But you can probably go online, Peter, and find some stuff. Joshua, on the order entry on the Brokerage Plus. Okay, I think you're talking about. Let's see. It gives option to choose a day or custom. Okay, let's say I'm going to buy 100 shares of GoDaddy and buy. So maybe you're talking about a limit day. Okay, day obviously it's good for the day. Good to cancel is good until you cancel it. Custom, good question. Oh, I guess it's you can custom it to how long you want to stay out there. Okay. So let's say I'm watching this right here. I'm saying, boy, if it goes through this, 150.75, I want to buy it. But I'm anticipating it to go through, and you can actually do minutes or hours. Say I'm anticipating it to do it in the next hour. So if it doesn't do it in the next hour, I don't want it. So now you have your custom in there, and that limit order would, well, in this case, I would have to do a stop limit. But let's say I was buying a pullback at 149.50. And I'm anticipating it to happen pretty soon, within the next hour. So I would just put send, and now that order is going to stay out there for an hour at most. That makes sense to you, Joshua? Yeah, Wilson is also helping out down there. So just a way to set it up. Well, no, the order is going to stay out from the time that you place it. Okay, so I put a limit in there at 149.50. Okay, just to kind of give you an example. Now I could have done a stop limit to say if it triggers right here at 150.85, I want to buy, but I would put a limit. So basically, it's just a way to put a time limit. All you're doing is it's the same as a day order, except you're just limiting the amount of time it can stay out. The SPY is getting kind of weak again, or not, just pulling back to see if it hits that moving average. What happens? Okay, good, Joshua. All right. Since I scalped out of most of my FAS, I'm going to look for a level where I may want to enter some more, like right there. And here's the market rolling over pretty good. Probably going to get stopped out of this hood. Tesla is not really bouncing at all. Wants that 200 day. Put that down there. Man, this hour went by fast. Yep, and there's that hood. Gonna go roll over and go get me probably. Oh no, I see what you're saying, Joshua. No, that's just basically a time, just like a good till cancel. Yeah, and it's just that's how long it's not going to execute in that at that time. It's going to basically leave it out there for whatever you choose. Well, there's some stocks don't care and they're moving up. That's for sure. Look at that apple poked his little head through, came right back down. Not much a bounce in the financials. Man, the TLO. So let's go to the 200-day moving average, didn't it? TWLO, I should say. Man, that was kick myself for that one. The relative strength. Yeah, for sure. I think I got it in here. Relative strength from open. I hope you can get that. If not, I'll have to give it to Barry. For some reason, it hasn't been letting me. share. And there you go. It's working again. I went back to educational YouTube. I think I was in promotional, and that's what would not let me share when I was doing the promotional side of it.
Always the promoter, right, Andy?
Yeah, always the promoter. Yep.
Always promoting something.
Well, that's what Dan wants.
Yeah.
Sell. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I thought I had a real glimmer of hope on the spy. If you take a look at that spy 15 again
Yep.
on the
Let's
go
take a
no
look.
go, and you see how it turned into that little pea green.
That's right. You used. Let me put back on the pre-market.
Yes.
Yep, I see.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I
Yep.
thought, all right, all that's got to happen is turn blue the next candle, but no, but no.
Nope.
So
Right back
yeah,
to Halloween orange.
yeah, which is telling you, don't trade it. We don't. No, I think I see a direction, but they're suggesting no direction yet. But it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I
No,
think we're probably going to sell off into the end of the day now.
we could very well do that, Barry. Yep.
Yeah, be going to be a
That's for sure.
super interesting week next week to see whether or not. I see you. I heard you talking about Hood. You got stopped at a Hood.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't.
No, I got my stop is at 1809. Just kind of I'm playing, in this kind of market, I look for beating up stocks for a bounce. So no,
Yes, yes.
no. Instead of, but I tell you, I can kick myself, Barry. This TWLO, I had a price alert go off right here.
Oh my
I pulled
goodness.
it up, and I did. I was doing something else too at the time, probably
Yeah.
chat or something. But anyway, yeah, I missed.
Because Andy, that's probably one of the few stocks that has had number one, it's still up for the day, number one, but number two, great trend on that day.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
Is that an
Exactly.
earnings play? TWLO, is that an earnings play?
It
And the
is.
answer,
It
yeah,
is.
it's an
Yeah.
earnings
Look
play.
at that. Look at
So,
that.
oh
And
man,
look if I take off. This is interesting. I was showing the guys earlier. Look when I take off the pre-market. Look how this thing stayed blue all day. That
hmm
was, yeah. Just it's like, hey, stick with it, man. It's
yeah, yeah,
yeah. Sure enough.
interesting.
Yeah. Thing popped.
All right, Andy. Well, you can wallow in your beer on that one, and I guess we'll
Yep.
see you next Friday.
Yep. I'm on vacation, but you know what, Barry? I actually get back late Thursday night, and I know the guys are going to be stressed for the week, so I will definitely come in and do the
Okay,
webinar, even though
okay,
technically I'm off, but I'll
that's
take
it.
one for the team.
You're
Yeah.
a good man, Andy Lindloff. Where are you going?
San Diego, we do it every year. San Diego. It's one
Oh,
of our
okay.
trips we do every year, just to go back to place we lived, and perfect climate. You've been there. You
Yeah, no
see, yeah,
kidding.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
One of the
we
awesome
have we
cities
still have a
really
lot
for
of
climate
friends
in the
there.
world.
Yeah. What's that?
One of the awesome cities, I think, almost in the world for
It
climate,
is. I know.
because it's
It,
not,
it is.
doesn't get ridiculously roasting hot. I mean, it can, I guess, but not typically.
No, no,
Doesn't get
not
too
bad.
cold, of course, in the winter. You don't get too much rain.
Yep.
And I got a beautiful, long, like wide beach there. Couldn't
Yes.
believe how wide that
Lots.
beach is,
Yeah. Lots
San
of good
Diego.
beaches. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you ever
All
get a
right.
chance when you're
I
down
envy
there,
you.
go up to Orange County too. We lived up there for a few years, and there's some really beautiful beaches there too.
Yeah,
So yeah.
exactly.
All right,
Okay, my
Barry.
friend. Well, have a good time,
You
and
have a good
we'll talk to you
weekend,
next
man.
Friday.
All right. Take
Okay.
care. Everybody,
Bye.
see you later. Bye bye.
And yeah, I was just saying to Andy, I was hoping that we would get that transition to blue in the Spy Fit 5, but nope. It just stopped right there. And then we're in this no man's land right now with the orange, which is basically somewhat undecided. Though to me, it looks down. Somebody asked me earlier, I don't know if it was Daniel, but take a look at P-Core. Somebody asked me earlier, does it always have a transit? Well, look at this. Now, I wish I had seen this one. I mean, what time was that? I was on my break. Yeah, 12:10. So look at this. There was a transition from orange to blue immediately. There was no intermediate transmission transition to the little green. It went from orange to blue. So to me, that's almost maybe even more bullish. But unfortunately, I was on my break because that happened at 12:10. And Sava, guys, Sava is just unstoppable. Again, another beautiful on the transition right there at 24.26 for the Sava, right there. Now, even on a daily chart, I mean, right, even though this was moving higher and higher and higher, the way the system was working is saying, we still don't know. But now they're saying, okay, hop on a daily chart. But it's pretty extended to me. Okay, Ford. Now, I heard your comment about LSH, Poe. Well, I still have an alert for 450. That's the IPO price. And you never know. Maybe next week, it takes that out. Especially if we get back to some normality in the market, not, every day crushing down, down, down. Not that these things care that much about what the market's doing, obviously, but it doesn't hurt. Okay. It doesn't hurt to have the market at least not, continuing to move down. You see, at this point right here, guys, I mean, if this turns deep purple, next is deep purple, that could be the signal that the SPY is going to continue down for a while. I'm starting to see these little reversals, but I just don't trust it. Not with the market doing this. I'm starting to see these little 5-minute reversals, a lot of them. Interesting that there's hardly any 5-minute downs, but 5-minute reversals. But you can see, I mean, man, I mean the CC is an earnings play. You can kind of see that if we ever take this out and have a little blue line in there, that might be really, really good. But again, I'm having a tough time convincing myself to go long when the market is doing this. I almost took the TPC. The TPC was looking good also. You can see the TPC kind of looked like the Shamors, right in this little area, but then boom. So this A lab, now, why did it move today like this? I mean, I'm not really asking. Well, I'm sort of asking, Captain, but I mean, it's interesting that it moved today like this. I mean, it doesn't have earnings till the 6th. This was in basically a steadily weekly decline. And then, not that the market helped us at all, but yeah, we're starting to fade here a little bit. Are you pulling back into 4083 is the VWAP, so it still has a ways to go to get to the VWAP. So DNB, do not buy, do not buy. Wow. So something done in Bradstreet. That's a big move on that float. So again, New York stock typically doesn't show the doesn't give really that much of a clue of about where it could open. So Dun and Bradstreet, DNB exploring a sale amid takeover interest. So that is the reason for DNB moving higher. Thank you, William. Also, oh, I see. It was the big. When I click on that, my computer's going to go crazy. But let's see what it looks like. Okay. Okay. I guess that means something, obviously. And actually, DNB had earnings yesterday too. Man, that Rocket Mortgage is, or well, it's not Rocket Mortgage anymore, I guess, but RKT has been really, really a short float percent, 13% probably has not hurt it. Might be some short covering. That's an earnings play. I mean, in the face of this market, that's quite a move. Boy, a lot of these on these little gap 5-minute reversals look a lot like this, a lot of congestion. And then if they can ever break out, but again, I got to see the market on my side. Market is not on my side for these little 5-minute breakouts. I'm going to stick an alert down here on the SPY at around 5:30. If it takes out 5:30, it's very possible that that will turn into a big deep purple line. In which case, I may. What was that one? SPX. Okay, so I might buy this SPX. All right, DNB opened, and where did it open? Wow. So a big gap up on the open. Now you say you're not going to short unless it hit 20. Yeah, no kidding. On the Sava, hugely. A couple of times, a little frothy here, but then this second time, wow. 24 to 28. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, guys, 3 weeks ago, this was a $8 stock, 8.80, 3 weeks ago. That was the low. I'm so surprised I'm getting all these gap reversals on the 5 minute on the way up. All it means is just making a new 5 minute high. Okay, that's all it means. It doesn't mean that it's ripped. But I'm surprised I'm not getting more on the downside. However, maybe wrong here, guys. This is a nice move now. Look at Intel. I mean, even Intel that just got blown up. INTC. Look at this candle it's putting in. Look at that candle or line. I don't know what the correct terminology for the OHLC is, but bar. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Look at that bar. Okay, so Captain, when you say you're looking at the NVDA calls, 106 calls next week. So what exactly do you mean? I mean, I think I know like at 106. So what does that mean to you? What would be the potential? Now I know it's an option trade, but what would the so you would? I'm not sure. Would you? I'm not sure. I know what you mean. Though, would you buy it at 106 or? I mean, the 106 calls. I'm just showing my ignorance, of course, with regarding options and all, but no experience whatsoever. I mean, I do understand, if you get into something says, okay, here's how much the calls at the 120, the 112 calls were. It'd probably be relatively cheap, wouldn't it? Because if there, I'm sure there must be a certain thing because people are thinking this market's going down. So I guess if you were thinking, well, it's going to go to 112, the call from the current price to 112, I don't know what the option would be. I could probably bring that up. I don't want to overwhelm myself, but I could probably bring that up on in Interactive Brokers. I mean, I know Interactive Brokers. I have some kind of an option chain that I can follow. All right. So when I'm looking at this, there's my option chain, I guess, NVDA. And so here's 106. This is what you're talking about right there. Well, you're seeing the pricing in a chart. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if IB has that. Okay, so Fool on Fire, no. Go No Go is an add-on, but it doesn't matter if you have our standard service or our premium service. It's a $50 a month add-on. Yeah, I can get you a 15% discount for the first month only, but it's an add-on. It's got nothing to do with having a pre. Well, you have to have a subscription, but it doesn't matter. It's nothing to do with the AI. It's just a pure add-on. In which scan could you have found Sava trending? Well, you could have seen a lot of. Okay, my issue with it right now is that the relative volume is only two. Most of my scans are at least three. So you would have had to have reduced your relative volume if you use it in, because it's for sure, every time I made a new high here, you could have seen it. Okay. But the relative volume right now it's only two. Back then I'm sure it was even lower. So it wasn't really trading abnormally volume wise. Okay. It is starting to now because the volume, as you can see, is really picking up. So it depends on your scans, acoustic. I mean, any new high of day scan could have found it. Now, just because you get a new high day doesn't mean it was going to do this, of course, but you could have seen it. I mean, in the momentum scan, probably my guess is that right there, if you'd had the relative volume. Well, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Acoustic Post? Okay. I mean, okay, I can give you something I call the basic new high and low of the day. Okay. If you're just looking for stocks moving higher, then this is probably a decent one right now, the momentum scan, because it's based on momentum too. And everything you see here is a new high of the day. Okay, so I can give you that one, but it would not have shown Sava. The reason being is my relative volume, current volume, had to be at least three. Sava is only 2.12 right now. Okay. Now, if you say, well, I just reduce it to a two or one, you could do that, but understand then you're going to see a lot of alerts coming through. But I can give you this, okay? You can have this. It's always a trade-off, okay? People ask, well, I want to see that stock. I want to see Sava. How could I see it? I can show you a scan that will see it, but it doesn't mean that, it is going to do this. And you could get 20 other alerts that do nothing if you don't have a strong enough filter set, because you'll just get overwhelmed with alerts. Now, and as Pepe is saying, okay, I don't have that one up right now, my distance to the next high low, but so if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the scan section, so there is the momentum scan. Okay, these are active stocks moving on momentum, volume momentum, making new highs of the day. as an example. Now, I did see Sava, but I saw Sava here as an example. I saw Sava in the race. Now, notice Sava did not win a race, but my guess is that Sava would have been on this, like here, many, many times over the course of the day. It just didn't actually win a race. But as I say all the time, if you see something starting to move, then click on it. Sava, in theory, could have finished second 100, well, not 100 times, but could have finished second 10 times, right? He just didn't win a race. So I did see Sava here for sure. Oh, Pepe, why did you do that? Because it's a custom formula. Tell you what, seeing that you're new, just concentrate on this one right now, okay? And you also might want to run a race. So let me explain, first of all, how you can run a race. So again, going to my homepage, going to my homepage link, clicking on it, and scrolling down until you see the scans. Click here. So that scan right there, or that race right here, is this race right up here. That would have shown Sava many times, okay? Somewhere in this list of stocks that we're moving. So this is the race. This is called the biggest scanners from the open, okay? So that is the race right here. Let me explain what a race does and why you're seeing these stocks. And if you go into my homepage link, I should click on it again. If you go into my homepage link, scroll down and go to the education section right there, and then you click on the user guide. And one of the sections is TI stock racing, okay? Now I'm going to show you my race. This is a way in which you can construct your own race with your own parameters. But I'll show you what I'm using. That may be good enough for you, but you can always tweak it. But let me just show you what the race is all about. So first of all, I run 4-minute races. Again, that is customizable. I run a 4-minute race. We're almost, we have 42 seconds left in this race. Since the race started, not a big move, but since the race started 3.5 minutes ago, this stock, IMRX, has moved 3%. It's only 4 cents. It's a cheap stock. That's why, that's why it looks like a pretty decent percent, but it's only pennies. In this race, this can be a very volatile race. You can see some moves, 10, 15, 20%. But right now, we have another 14, 13 seconds left. At the end of this race, a winner will be declared. Right now, IMRX is still, again, I know it's only up 3 cents. But let's wait till the race. Okay, so we just won a race, okay? That was the first race it won all day. That's what I'm saying. Sava may have only won or didn't win any race. It could have finished second or third many times. So what happens though is that the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day form automatically for you a top 10 list that you can follow all day long. Okay, that's why you see OSTX won 12 races, Drama won 5, etc. Okay, so a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races. Now, so if this one here, OSTX, so I don't know what sort of a trader you are or what sort of experience you've got. You may look at this and go, if this can break over this 4 level, what's the VWAP is 409. If it gets over at 409, this is one of those type of ones. Yes, I'm just going to interrupt myself. Yes, the race will be different for everybody. If you just load my race, okay, or any race, or start any race, you won't have you won't see this top 10 list that I've got. This is because I started the race at 9:30 Eastern time. So this has been developed over, from 9:30 to 1:30. Okay, so that's why it'll look different. if you load it right now. But you might look at this overstock and say, wow, okay, there's the VWAP 409. Maybe if it gets over the VWAP, maybe put a price alert there in that area. And if we get some volume later on in the day, who knows? It might just pop right through. It's one of these low float situations, one of these crazy low floaters. It got up to 5. I would say in a different day than today, and certainly yesterday, we saw a lot of these ones that really ripped early and then kind of rested for a while. And then later on in the day, maybe 2 o'clock, all of a sudden enthusiasm comes back. You can see if the enthusiasm back by just looking at the volume. And if you can see my 5-minute chart, you can see there's hardly any volume. I mean, there's the volume bars here, and they've just been dwindling. But what if all of a sudden we had a giant volume bar? That might pop it up. Doesn't look good right now, okay? But I'm just using this as an example of how you can use these ones that you're seeing here, and checking them out, seeing what's happening. So anyway, your question, though, should be, well, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? So any race starts from what we call a top list window, okay? So if I right-click on this race and open the top list, this is the top list window that I'm using to generate this race. These are the parameters that I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. There's this fly on the way down, guys. Yeah. So what am I looking at? Well, if I right-click on that top list window and click on Configure and then Summary, and that's kind of typical for most of our scans. So if the stock is between $150 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Now, again, this doesn't have to be what you want to see. If you want a different price range, add a filter in, it's up to you, but this is what I'm looking at. So before we had races, the reason a person would use a top list window is as long as you had a column header, that you could sort on any column header that you've got. So I've got the change from the open, change from the close as one of them. And people will say, well, show me the stocks up most. Which are the stocks that are up the most today? So if I double left click on that, I can see the Buru is up 281%, the SEE 102%, etc. I have here the change from the open. So show me the stocks that have changed the most since their opening trade of the day. Again, Buru 34%, OSTX 27%, etc. That might be nice to know, but what the race does is, say this ALAB over here, ALAB, it's up 10%. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, it just started to move? It's up 10%, now it's up 12%, now it's up 14, 15% from its opening trade. How would you ever know that? I mean, this is a long list of stocks. Unless you're staring at that specific stock, which would be stupid, crazy, right? Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care if a stock is near the high of the day, or the biggest change from the open, the biggest change from the close. It doesn't care. All it wants to know is what stock has moved the most since the race started in this list. So again, there's the OSTX up 2.5%. There's obviously you can see how just because a stock is at the top right now doesn't mean it's going to end up. So there's the BLMZ. Okay. And notice from the top list window, you right click and you launch the real-time stock price. So that's what I'm saying. You can create your own top list window with your own parameters, price range, volume, and all that sort of stuff. And then you can launch your own real-time stock price. If you like mine, fine. Doesn't have to be what you like, though. So there's the BL. I mean, that's a big move now, guys. 8% BL, and you can see exactly what happened. It's not that the stock was at the high of the day. In fact, this could have been way down here still, and maybe it was coming back. So again, you can have this race, and I also have 2 other races that I'm sharing. There are large cap races. These are large cap races. Okay, on the way down, I decided to just load this one because of what the market's doing. So the difference between this race and this race, a couple of things. Stock has to be down for the day, but it also has to have a minimum 500 million in the market cap. okay, and also 50 million minimum float. So you're not going to see giant percent moves. Doesn't mean they're bad to look at, and again, our top 10 list is traded. So if you're new to trading, a person who's new to trading, and I also have, not that I think we probably get too much today, but I also have the large cap winners from the start of the race as an option to take a look at. So I am sharing 3 races. So a topless window is kind of what I said. Okay, if you just care about, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, so as long as you have a column header that has the change from the close, or show me the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day. That's the change from the open. If that's of interest to you, it basically ranks the stocks. Okay, that's what a topless window does. It will rank the stocks. It doesn't mean though that Buru is at the high of the day, as an example. Look at it right now. Okay, what an alert window does is the one I shared with you, or showed you to take a look at. An alert window just give me a moment. What have I done here? Ah, I hope this goes in correctly. Yes. Okay. Um, so what an alert window does, these are real-time alerts. Okay. So imagine this. If I right click on this alert window, what you're doing is you're setting up an event. This is the same as the top list. This is the screening. Okay. Like the top list. But what the alert window does, it says, okay, if all of these filter values are met, in this case, between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3, trading at least 3 times normal. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's what an alert window does. Okay, it gives you real-time alerts. So the last time that happened, was 7 minutes ago. DNB at 128. It's now 135. That's the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That is what an alert window does, real-time scanning. Now, we have a lot of different real-time alerts. I don't want to overwhelm you with this, but it's good for other people who are new to hear me out. Right at the very top is the two most popular real-time alerts we've got are the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, these are also our real-time alerts. And not exclusive of new high and low. That's what I'm trying to explain right now. We have a lot of other real-time alerts. So, for instance, right now I'm using a new 5-minute high in this one. Okay, I'm just showing you that we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Okay, and when I scroll down a bit, these are the screeners, the filters that we've got. So now don't look at this and think, well, this program is way too hard. How can I possibly learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is because I think the company, when they started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course that meant they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers, with all the different types of trading styles there are, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day, though I'm now using the new 5-minute high in this one and low, 5-minute high and low. And I only use a handful of the filters. I have a certain price range I like, and the volume, things like that. So I don't know 95% of these. And it doesn't mean that the ones I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. So you have to have an idea about what your trading style is, of course, and then you can kind of look. So if you can kind of go looking at all the real-time alerts we have. And if you saw something, ooh, I think I understand what that would do. You can try that one. But for instance, you don't have to know, large bid size, large market cross stop. What is that? Standard deviation breakout. What inverted check mark. I don't know any of these. Okay. I mean, I could look it up, check mark. I could click on the help and it'll tell me what it is. But, I've never looked at any of these. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that for my trading style, I don't need them. But, what I'm doing is you can just kind of scroll through and you might see something that, well, that's interesting. Maybe I should try that. So that's the difference. Hopefully that makes sense. The top list window just ranks stocks. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me stocks up the most from the opening trade. Show me the stocks that are, at the high of the day, within near the high of the day, or within 25% of the high of the day, stuff like that. It just ranks stocks, gives you a list, whereas this is a real-time scan. Best thing to do, though, if you're new, you should, I don't know if you've already done it, but you should take a look at on my homepage. I don't know if you've already done it. The getting started, okay? Getting started, because it talks, the downloaded, install, first startup and login, all about the toolbar up here, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. These are very short videos, but it should get you started. And if you're new to trading, completely new to trading or pretty new, Trading 101, series of videos, right? And they're all free. So again, guys, if you go to my homepage link there, now that promo code has not been changed yet. It's not changed yet. It's the gentleman who looks after me. I don't know, after my homepage, he hasn't done it yet. I have to get somebody else to do it. Okay, guys. So as I was saying, there's a promo code, but unfortunately you can't use that anymore. It's expired, so you have to use Barry 15. You'll get 15% off the first month only of the entire year. So just use whatever code you do see here, but unfortunately it is Barry 15. The gentleman who, again, looks after my homepage, he has not made the change yet. And using my promo code goes a long ways to keeping the rooms free. The room gets credit for the subscription, so it just helps. Okay. Okay. So Troy, you have to click on an alert. Okay. Make sure that wasn't you who I was talking to earlier, right? So if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then the go no go charts. So this is probably what you're seeing, right? This is what you're seeing. You're saying, well, why aren't I getting all the colors? You have to click on an alert here, okay? And now that changes. Now you can click. Now you can put anything in there. Like you can put any symbol you want in here. Change the time frame. You can take this. You can take this if you want. This is what I do. You can duplicate this into a free floating window, okay? And when you do that, it becomes free floating. And you can link it, of course, to all your alerts. So when I click now, watch. So when I click on an alert, so say I can straddle it. When I click on DRMA, it changes here, but it changes in the free floating window also. Okay. Okay. So the first thing you have to do, you have to, well, if you're a subscriber, you should see a whole list of alerts when you click on the channel. You should see all these scans when you click on the channel. If you don't, then there's something wrong. So if you're in the channel and you do not see a whole list of symbols, these are 6 different daily scans, not intraday, but daily scans. All these symbols here, do you not see those? Okay, just click on one. Click on any one of them, and that'll change it. Okay? Hmm. Then there's something wrong. If you're clicking on a symbol, let me start from scratch again. If you're clicking on a symbol that's in one of those scans, when you click on a symbol and it's not changing, then there is something wrong. You are connected, right? You have a green ball. Not that it should matter, but you have a green ball. You are connected. Was it ever working for you? Hmm. Now, did you subscribe? Like a couple of days ago, this was part of the test drive. Did you actually subscribe? Does it matter? Yeah. Well, but this is the default, isn't it? Okay, so you did subscribe, but this is the default. Yeah. Well, even if you don't, you still get these, but the default should be the use browser interface. So if you're right, what Pepe is asking, if you right click on the chart, is use browser interface? Is that checked? Oh, okay. Well, when you don't, you still get the transition. I mean, you can still, you could still use it, I guess, with ordinary candlesticks or ordinary, whatever you want to call them. I mean, you still get this. I don't know what the big difference would be. I'd have to have them side by side. See if I can remember. Okay, we have 3 green. Oops, 3 green. Okay. Well, we're all good though now, right? Okay. Thanks to Pepe, as always. I never thought of that because that is a default, and you must have just, for whatever reason, you decided to uncheck it because that I believe is well, that is the default. Meanwhile, guys, our spy here, our poor spy. So if this bar, this deep purple gets below that, this could be a sign to short the spy. I mean, you might be saying, well, that's too late. Well, I mean, we're just trying to find, I'm just trying to follow the color sequence. See, I'm not using the browser interface. How interesting. I'm not using the browser interface here. Oh, what's going to happen? Oops. And I can't undo it. Okay, guys, I forgot. I don't think I'm using the browser interface in these. I don't think it makes that much of a difference. So what's happened here, guys? Unfortunately, there's a little craziness that happens when you go from call it the legacy chart to the browser interface. Midday, it'll start to load every single stock you probably have clicked on, and there's nothing I can do about that until it stops. I'll just let it run its course. But at this point, I can't do anything. Really? Okay. Yeah, I'm not using the browser interface on any of my charts. Well, obviously now I accidentally did this, but not accidentally, but these ones I don't see that there'd be any difference. These are not using the browser interface. Other thing I do like to do is thicken the lines as much as possible. Might be about 5 minutes, guys, until this cycles through every single thing I've clicked all day long. Really? Okay, for you too. You had to deselect the use browser interface. Interesting. Okay, I think. All right, we're done. So I don't. I mean, I think. I mean, now I'm using the browser interface here, and it still works. Interesting. It still works. Though there. Oh, there's a 15. Let me just bring up the 5 minute chart here. I want to see. It looks the same whether you are using browser interface or not. This one is browser. I've unchecked the browser interface. This one is checked. Should work both. I don't see why they don't work both ways. But whatever works for you guys. I mean, what you were saying, if other people were not getting, if they were still stuck on a traditional candlestick chart and you had to unselect browser interface, okay. Yeah, that is weird because I'm demonstrating right in front of you and it doesn't seem to matter. So what happens if I uncheck it? Yeah, we don't get that craziness. Whew, I'm exhausted. 154, guys. So, what is on your agenda today, William? I wouldn't. 3:30, I guess. Okay. So William says he'll keep the room open till about 3:30. I'll be taking off anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3, though I'll always say later if there are questions. So what would have got fixed in my build, Pepe? You mean the fact you could have browser interface or non-browser interface and this works? Is that what you mean? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, considering they're really pushing the browser interface, I'm very surprised that it didn't work from the beginning. But all right, guys, do I do this or not? So, guys, so this is the what? Wow, three times. Wow. So, if you want to short the SPY, I'm not at all suggesting. I mean, I've never done this one. Plenty of volume, 57 million, so it's plenty liquid. You want to short the SPY, and you don't want to go short the SPY. You can buy this one. This is an ETF, but it's a three timer, so it will move three times the percentage that this one will move. So, and you can see side by side how this is not really moving. Neither is this. But what's intriguing me is that we've got that little color transition. Now the only issue I've got is, I mean, is this going to be the big resistance area, which is not far away, 6 cents away, wow. Oh, this is rocket. Sorry. I thought I thought that was the RKT and it went negative. No, this is Rocket Pharmaceuticals. Yeah, this market is really looks like it's going to give it up into the end of the day. What time is it now? 1:58. Couple hours left. Oof. Dow is down 870. Gas is down 470. Rounded. Yeah, just like any other chart, Troy. All you have to do is left click on the chart, and that just tells the system that you're in the chart. And I know I'm not in. You may be in the channel. It doesn't matter. Just let and then just typing. Just start typing. When I start to type, see the box pops up. Change symbol box pops up, and you can click on change or hit enter on your keyboard. Okay. Now, for those of you out there who tried to do that and it didn't work, now this I'm talking about if you're on the downloadable application. If you left click, sometimes you have to hit the space bar. I don't know why on some systems you have to hit the space bar to bring up the change symbol. I would say that the absolute majority, though, is if you start typing anything, the box should pop up. Look at Moderna continuing down. And I don't know what it would have been down yesterday, had yesterday and also today did not happen. It was an earnings play yesterday, but so I'm sure it would have been down anyway, but I don't doubt if it would have been down so much. And so now Moderna is looking at maybe this being a support area, 85.53. Oh, right in this area. If you look at the weekly chart, maybe a support area. Now look at the SPY, guys. I mean, look at this SPY. Takes that out in a big way. What was the low of the day? Has a ways to go. Well, not that far. 528. Looks like the low of the day. I think next week is going to be really interesting. If we start off Monday and Tuesday the same way, it's just going to destroy a lot of people's confidence for a while anyway. Let's take a look at XLU. Okay, let's see the flight to no even XLU is getting hit. This is dividend. The utilities. You can see that utilities has been pretty strong, very strong. Except now it's sold off. So even the so-called flight to safety with dividend stocks that have dividends, etc. This is why this was kind of weak here because the market was ripping, and so these are boring when it compares, compared to the semis and everything that were ripping higher during all this time. So that's why people were not really interested in XLU. But since I mean, it's interesting that it's done this though. Nothing is safe right now. Well, guys, I doubt that I'm going to be doing anything in terms of trading between now and before I take off. So, good time to ask questions if you have any. It's interesting that Intel held that. Well, I don't know how interesting, but it held the 20 all-time low. Okay, if you go back a million years, maybe it's not an all-time low, but for all intents and purposes, it as well be an all-time low for INTC. That doesn't load though as VIX, right? For us, what? Oh, it does. It does load. I did not. I thought it was one of those ones that did not load. Look at this. I mean, look at this. I don't know what happened here. Is this a restructuring on the 23rd? This is the next day. Did really the VIX jump like that, or is that some kind of a restructuring? It's not restructuring. What's the term that's used? Why did it do this? Why was it sitting at 11.50 and then the next day it's at 46? That was the decay. Are you kidding me? So if you'd held this here, oh, I see. I'm looking at VXX. I see what you're saying, Pepe. VIX is this you can. So are you literally telling me that if I had held this here, I would have woken up the next day 4 times? Or no? That is split adjustment, right? Okay. And we can't load it. We can't load the VIX. Interesting. So that doesn't load into into interactive brokers either. VIX. My all right. Well, market is popping a little bit here. Okay, and I'm following. No, I did not take the SPXS. I was toying with the idea, but I'm watching the market, and the market's not dropping now yet. All right, guys, time is at 2:08. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. What an important level now for Novavax, NVAX. I put an alert here. You can see on the daily chart. You can see on the weekly chart. I mean, look left. If this 1160 really gives it up, you can see it looking left. The next low is 964, 950 or so on the weekly chart. Now, it would have been nice to have seen this right here on that transition, 1183. Oh, for the days where we used to talk about the spy doing nothing, just sort of chopping around and saying, "Come on, give us a trend." Oh, for those days. All right, guys. Well, listen, I don't really have too much more I can say. Okay, if you want to ask any questions, I know she's downstairs. I understand, Grumpy. Um, have any questions? Good time to ask right now. I only have about 15 minutes left. So I think I'll put myself on mute. I will come right back on if there's a question. Yeah, so I don't, Troy, because I don't look at I don't look at. I mean, there's got to be maybe somebody else. I mean, if you got those of you who do actually do longer term investing or swing trading, and you want to look at a company's fundamentals, can you recommend a good website for Troy? Because I don't have anything off the top of my head that I would recommend. I don't do it. Okay, there you go. Finviz.com. Okay. I don't scalp. I day trade. Okay. Okay. I only day trade. As I said, today was, I mean, there is a difference. Okay. There is a difference. I think there's a difference anyway. Scalping to me is, what Jamie does. Jamie, if you listen to him on Wednesdays, he'll take a huge number of shares, and if he gets 3 or 4 cents, he's very happy. I, I said today that today I'm in scalp mode because I didn't trust any sort of a move either way. That's all. It's just semantics perhaps. So that's why I was saying, I will only probably do some scalping today, try to get, 15, 20, 30 cents out of something. I mean, we do have some fundamental scan or filters. Okay, we do have some fundamental filters, and one of the things that a person could do is do I have it here? Yeah, that's not no, not that you're going to see a lot of. If you're talking about going long, you're not talking about specific stocks. Like you're talking about that type of trading or short term investment. Okay, you're talking about not specific stocks. How to find those. Well, guys, we may be all wrong here. Look at the spy here. Look at the spy putting a big bar here. Bar, right? Well, Katie Ray, that question was asked earlier, and it all depends. You could have found it in the momentum scan. You could have found it in a basic new high and low. The problem is with Sava is that for me, and you would have seen it here. I saw. Look at it right here. Okay, in the race, Sava. Even though Sava never won a race, I know I saw Sava. That's why I even knew about it. I saw Sava in this race many times. Problem with Sava The problem with Sava is that the relative volume is only two, a little over two, okay? So consequently, it's not going to show up here. It won't show up here because I have higher relative volume. So you'd have to, I mean, one of your scanners probably would have caught it. What's your relative volume? What's the relative volume that you're using? Because this is only two. I mean, it's not bad, but it's certainly not abnormal. Well, tremendously abnormal. Here I've put, I think 5 or 6 has to be the minimum. This one, I think it's 3. This one I don't put. I have no relative volume in here, and that's why I can catch something like this. But I wouldn't beat yourself up because you missed Sava. I mean, just because we could have seen Sava didn't mean it was going to do this. I mean, that's the thing. Didn't mean it was going to do this. The other thing about Sava is that we've talked about this for the last, I don't know, at least a week. I probably what I would have done had I thought about it a little more closely, I would have had this thumbnail. Okay, I would have had a thumbnail chart for it so I could follow it when it opened every day just to see what was happening. So anyway, I'll put myself back on. Yeah, I mean, some of the stocks that, for instance, I'll probably have Intel. I'll keep Intel. I'll see what happens with it on Monday. Okay, I'll keep this one. There will be some stocks that I just like to keep an eye as a on a thumbnail chart because sometimes my scan will not pick something up because of the relative volume. But I'm not going to say to myself, well, man, I have to be able to see Sava here. Fine, I can do it, and I'll probably see 20 others that I don't care about. Out of curiosity, though, KV Ray, what in your new daily highs, what are you using for the relative volume? So when you right click on your alert window called New Daily Highs, right click on it, and then click on Configure, and then click on the summary, and then what are you using for current volume? What is being used? Maybe you took that as you didn't create it from scratch, but what are you using? Because there's no question that Sava would have appeared in this momentum scan because look at the volume that came in. These are big volume moves. Okay, so the volume in the last minute is 1,000% a normal form. 100% it would have shown up here in the momentum scan, but my minimum is 3. This is already overloaded. Well, I'm glad it held off on the SPXS. Look at that. So this is horse moving down with the spy moving up. Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll have a late day move. Well, that'll do it too, KB Ray. That'll do it also. Usually always a reason. I mean, I thought it was going to be maybe the relative volume, but that's the reason. The other thing that I'll completely recommend to anybody listening is if you have an intraday scan, if you're more of a day trader like I am, do not use the average volume. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Let me just duplicate this into a free floating window. Do not use, I'm going to right click, configure. I'm going to type in volume. And by the way, the search is a good way to find out what we've got with different things. So if I type in volume, this is every single, how's it over there? This is every single thing that's related to volume. Okay. But for instance, the average daily volume of 5 days, 10 days, 3 months, if you're an intraday trader, do not use these. The reason being is that some stocks and they have maybe done nothing volume wise over the last 10 days or 5 days or 3 months. If you say, well, I want to see stocks that have had an average over 100,000 shares for the last 5 days or over the last 10 days or 200,000 shares, whatever that number is. The problem with doing that as a day trader is that some stock that has done nothing over the last little while all of a sudden has an explosive day, trading millions of shares for whatever reason. You won't find it. You won't see it. The reason I bring this to your attention, anybody's attention, is that so many times people say, why didn't your scanner show that? Okay. And we ask them for their link and we just we check a few things. A lot of times it's having the average daily volume and it's some stock that didn't trade very much. for the last month, and all of a sudden it explodes. You won't see it if you use this. There's no point, in my opinion, of using this if you're an intraday trader. Why do you care what the volume was in the last 5 days or 10 days or 3 months? All you should care about is what the volume is today. My opinion. Guys, well, it's 2:30 now. Again, I'll hang around if there are any questions. I'll hang around another minute and see if anybody posts a question. And if they do, I'll certainly hang around. If not, I will take off. For the YouTubers, the main room will be open until 3:30 approximately. I won't be there. No screen sharing. Nobody's on the mic, but there are still traders in the room. And I'll put in my homepage link. This is for the YouTubers, okay? I'll put in my homepage link. And if you click on it, and click on the link. Go to right at the very top is the trading room. Okay, so if you click on my link, there it is. There's the trading room. So that's the link to get into the trading room. Okay. All right, guys. Well, what a couple of days. What a couple of days. So I don't know what next week's gonna. Maybe this will be a nice harbinger. Maybe if the market can kind of. Wouldn't it be amazing if it took this out, this 533? I may have to stick around and go long. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. So, oh, you're more than welcome, Dave. Tough couple of days. It's so interesting because yesterday it started off fantastically in the pre-market. Meta released earnings. Of course, the day before yesterday we had the huge market pop. Then yesterday, before the market opened, or maybe even after hours the day before, but the reaction to Meta's earnings was fabulous. Market was popping yesterday until 10 o'clock, and then those numbers came out, and that's been it. Okay, guys. So again, thanks for all the help all week long. I'll I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Monday morning. The rooms are open. The main room is open. Usually, I want to say 7:30, quarter to 8. Okay, William or Chris. William, I hope you're around. Chris is on vacation on Monday. So now, if you're not, that's fine. I'll make sure I open the room before 8 o'clock. But I don't get on the mic until 9. I have some preparation to do. That's what I do. Get prepared for the open, and then I get on the mic at 9. Okay, guys, you're here on Monday. Okay, thanks, William. Okay, guys, so have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning. YouTubers, I do have to shut you guys down because there's nobody left to moderate. So I do have to shut you down. So you guys have a great weekend also.